This is a post-commentary of Phantasy Star Online, all missions glitchless. Enjoy. For this run, we're going to use the Phonome class, which has a boost to all of the more advanced techniques, all of which that do area of effect damage, which will be important for clearing out the many waves that we encounter, many dense waves, as quickly as possible. The name T controls section ID, which controls what kind of drops you get. But the section ID in this doesn't matter much. The most we want to get is techniques, and section IDs don't really get different drops for techniques. We'll get enough money regardless of what kind of section ID we get. It'll run this long. Get told about losing contact of Pioneer 1, but we're in a hurry, so we set our menu text speed to very fast, which helps make sure our menus go fast, and we are not spending extra time mashing through text. Our first mission is Battle Training, an appropriate introduction to the game, and we're going to be given a very powerful ally to help us defeat our first few waves of monsters. Creek is a relatively high-level hunter who will tank all of our damage and dish out even more. While we get ready to start fighting monsters, we set our battle palette, or our command palette, to have access to all of our basic spells, HP and TP recovery. We also unequip the cane because in this game, any guy, basically, any male class, has the ability to cast faster without a weapon equipped. Creek here got distracted by Booma and we had to go back to get him unstuck. Once again, he gets caught on the geometry here and we have to pull back a little bit. Already we've lost a few seconds, just NPCs being a little weird. Try to clear out as many of these Mothmans so that Creek can get to the main event here and take out his Moness, which has a few hundred HP. So you can see he does way more damage than we can do, so we want to try to get him all the kills as possible to go a little bit faster, because it will take us 2 hits to kill most things, but him only 1. That said, we still want to tag as much as possible so that we can get some experience. For a lot of this run we'll be grappling with text boxes that appear from the NPCs, mashing through them as fast as possible. Creek did get caught on that corner back there again, so we probably lost at least 10 seconds just to getting him to follow us. Normally NPCs are more cooperative than that. I don't think we have any trouble in most runs. Here I kind of zone out and let Mothman hack me and topple me over. Fortunately, since Creek is fine, he can pick up the slack. Now I lead him over here to where the next monsters will spawn. One thing that can happen if you're not careful is that a monster will keep hitting a shield over and over and he'll get block locked. So it's, even if he can kill everything in one hit, sometimes it's still important for me to tag things just to make sure that he gets an opportunity to get it hit in. Here I go for the wolf first, because waiting for Creek takes longer. Now we divide the work. You can take that wolf closer to him, and I'll take this one. And now there's 4 wolves total, so again we split 2 and 2. Level up gives us full recovery, and amount of fluid is a very nice drop. We'll never really have problems being low on TP and TP recovery, but it's always nice to have a little bit extra so you can comfortably feed your Meg. Feeding the Meg is actually something that we'll do for most of the run. It's the little companion that sits above your shoulder, and it gives you stat boosts as you level it up by feeding it green box items like monomates, monofluids, immune randomizers, etc. There you see a minor mistake where I kick the air after mashing through dialogue. It's a risk you take if you go too fast. You can mitigate it by remapping your A button to something else, but I prefer the flexibility of keeping it as is. I'll kick the air again, even though that should have been an easy one to avoid. Oh, so the objective of this quest was to go rescue this guy that we just saw on the ground, Ash. But as you see, he's just taking a nap. The fight with the four wolves there was a little bit less than ideal because Creek and I ended up going for the same wolf a couple times. In the end, it wasn't too bad though. Now that the objective's been fulfilled, we just have to go back to Pioneer 2 and do some shopping. We sort our inventory just to make it easy to see what we have and not scroll too far to get at the items we want to sell. We don't need any weapons or any frames for the moment, so we just buy Zond 1 to unlock a new spell, and then feed our Meg as much as possible to get that boosted mental strength, which enables us to use techniques sooner and also do a little bit more damage. So all in all, we lose about 16 seconds. I think a lot of that was going back for Creek, and then just otherwise being a little bit slow. We did get toppled once, and a few less than ideal fights. Now we go into claiming a stake. The objective here is to find this guy's father, who went down to Ruggle, probably thinking he was going to strike it rich, but he's not come back, so we're sent out to find him, and we're now on our own. No NPCs to help us on this quest. Arguably, going for the Rappy on the left first was a little bit slower because I had to wait for the box to get out of range. So if I cast Foitu first, it would try to lock onto that box instead. One of those Boomas dropped a green box, and we'll make our way to check that on the way back, because here, we've already found the guy we're looking for, but he tells us he's not gonna budge until we take some things he left behind and bring them to him. So we have to go back to this room anyway. We have to pick up 3 capsules, and apparently we walked right by one of them, right on the path, and just stepped over it without paying it any mind the first time. But there it is. Right now, in terms of loot, our long-term goals are just to get Barda by the time we start the Fake and Yellow quest, and then to make sure we have enough money to buy a telepipe at the end of this quest, which is pretty easy to do. The previous quest gave us 500 Meseta, so as long as we don't completely squander that, that won't be a problem. That said, it is a little bit important to not waste monofluids. In the next quest we won't be shopping, so you want to make sure you have enough, even after spending the money on the telepipe, which is kind of expensive early on. As you can see, whenever I do it for a second hit, I'm always casting by using the quick menu, which allows you to buffer an input to cast as fast as possible. You can use Foy to kill the wolves, but they tend to bound away from you and be a little unpredictable. Zond always hits, as long as you're locked on. This Monist is just here to waste your time, as it doesn't spawn any Mothmans right away. So you have to wait 10 seconds for it to spawn in, and then it will drain a good amount of your TP. And then take another good 10 seconds to spawn out. And just to make us take a little more time, the last two enemies of this room spawn in the back. Now we're back to the first room. And our final objective will be in the back here. We have one more room to go through. Later on we'll see these same spawns but coming from the other direction. There's a lot of copy-paste in this game. Alright, now we've picked up our final capsule, all we have to do is walk back to Rakton. Here I'm pondering whether I should feed my Meg. So I'm going to make sure I have enough monofluids for journalistic pursuit. So we'll check the shop again and hopefully get Bardo level 1 this time. And we'll definitely pick up a telepipe, which is necessary in the next quest. And then if we don't, we kind of second guess whether we can do other things. We sell our handgun to have enough money to buy that one monofluid. You can probably get away with only having 4 monofluids going into journalistic pursuit, but it's a little bit dicey. What's cool about this quest is you don't even have to talk to the quest giver to finish it. All in all, this is a pretty average run-through of claiming a stake. Now for the third quest, Magnitude of Metal. In this quest, we're being tasked to find some missing Meg merchandise, where this guy wanted to make money from all the Megs that were owned by people in Pioneer 1, I believe. But they got lost. So now we get to go find them. Hey, does that look familiar? It's the same spawns as the end of last quest. We will also see this wolf and the next few enemies a couple times in this run. But that position especially is where Zond really is nice to have. Do these rappies look familiar? Because it's the same again. Unfortunately, I have to burn them out of fluid there. I hadn't really wasted an ATP, but it would be nice if I didn't have to spend a monofluid on this quest. Since I leveled up at the end of the last one, I don't get a chance to get a refill during this one. Either way, it probably ends up about the same way, that you have to spend a amount of fluid between the two of them. So here we lay a telepipe and recruit Eleanor, who normally will fight with you through the remaining areas of the forest. But what we can do instead is just go back to the entrance by cutting through Pioneer 2. Since we already have Barda and Zond and enough mana fluids to do the next quest, there's no reason to shop. Unfortunately, we kind of derp out a little bit and try to finish the quest as we were distracted by something, and then realized, oh wait, we didn't actually get the objective yet. So this was a pretty silly time loss. You can also walk with Eleanor back the way you came to get this spot, but even just doing the telepipe is 20 seconds faster, even compared to that, even with the loading zones. Okay, so now we finished the quest for real, and can turn it in. We found the missing merchandise, 1 meg. Somehow we only lost 10 seconds going over to fake finish the quest, but that's still 10 seconds that's going to look pretty bad on the splits for a while. Our next quest is Journalistic Pursuit, and our job here is to escort this journalist. She wants to go investigate the surface of her goal. Now, even though she's the second NPC taking along, you can see that she's only level 5, and honestly, that's overselling her ability. She can hardly hit anything, and she does not fight well at all, and she does not do damage hardly at all. So this is more of a true escort mission than a co-op. That was an impressive set of misses, so I hit a box and then somehow failed to lock onto the boomer there, or it got out of range through a manual evasion, because the fireball doesn't travel super fast, so if the boomer is walking perpendicularly from far enough away, you can miss. Never would have guessed the wild animals are vicious. I mean, I don't know. Here she actually is the most effective because none of these things have a lot of evasion, so she can actually do decent damage to the locusts. Maybe saves us one cast of flame. Back there we also picked up an amplifier of Barda, which is a pretty rare drop, but it doesn't do us any good. Even if we found the blue barrier that goes with it, it wouldn't be used. Fortunately, we take a hit there, which wastes us 4 seconds. I take it back. If we actually did get a Barda merge, we would use it, but we wouldn't be able to use it throughout the whole run, because we do need the extra resistances that come from a regular barrier, and the merges just don't have anything like that. Here we try to sneak by without having Null get caught. She does get caught, but it's not really an issue. NPCs have higher invincibility frames every time they're hit compared to what a player character gets, and they are able to recover themselves pretty well. And she seems to have relatively high defense. These spawns might look familiar from battle training. So see, Null's still hanging in there. Only have a little bit to go. Here I check on her and see that she made her way over to the corner of the room. But anyway, we leave her behind and go on to the next area, the first time we're entering Forest 2. And somehow she caught up with us. This particular room right here can be a little bit dicey. We get pincered from up here and in back. Take a lucky block there. That good one should have toppled us over. Overall, though, that wasn't too bad of a fight, considering that we didn't actually get toppled. We sadly have to use a mono fluid there because we weren't super efficient with our TP, even though we may only have to use 4 more foils. Mono fluid recovers 75 and foil costs 5 each. And here are the 4 remaining things we need to hit. But this is why we were being careful with our mono fluids before, because now we have 3 remaining and we can feed those to our mag. You can feed up to 3 items at a time. I think it's 3 items every 3.5 minutes. What we just unlocked was the bridge to this little, apparently, like, weather observation station over there. Anyway, she's pretty freaked out by how eerie all of this is. So she's had enough, and says our job is done, so who am I to argue? Now, we don't need that many fluids on the next quest, but we're gonna shop now so that we can max out. I think we do actually need 1 at least, so we might as well sell anyway. Goodbye, Amplifier Barla, who are worth only 10 Meseta anyway. She must have got caught on one of the other NPCs. Normally she'd be right behind you. Yeah, the 4 seconds lost there is probably from taking the hit from Labuma. Otherwise, pretty average. So now, Fake and Yellow. This is a pretty famous quest for being full of Rag Rappies, which have a alternate form called the Al Rappy. Which is... I don't know what the exact odds are, but it has an increased chance, or rather it has increased experience, and then most rare enemies have a pretty good chance of dropping a rare item, and a lot of them are sought after. So this quest is run over and over, and sometimes abused with the tailpipe trick to force an Al Rappy to appear. Our objective is to find a crazy biologist who is maybe taking his job a little too seriously. And he's now pretending to be a Rag Rappy on the surface, and that's who we just talked to and who just ran away. Now the reason why we absolutely want Barda for this quest is for situations like this. So you see we do 2 shots and still get 3 up. Even though we can one-shot them with Foy, if we have to cast 3 fireballs to down 3 Rappies, that's way slower. With that level up, we don't need to worry about TP, as long as we don't mess up too much. The other nice thing about Parla is that it only costs 4 TP, so it can be very TP efficient compared to Foy. be a little bit careful here, because if we shoot the one foy too quickly, we'll hit a box. We also have to be careful of our positioning. That far rappy didn't aggro right away. Unfortunately, we didn't quite hit that rappy back with the first Barno. Alright, this is who we have to talk to again. We rush in there, and somehow we avoid taking any hit. Normally I would say it's expected that you would take a hit there. Part of the reason we talked to him first is to help clump up the Rappies so that we can hit him with Barda. They didn't actually cooperate very well for lining up, but we still got them all with only 4 Barda, which is, I would say, below how much a dog normally would take. So now just a couple more waves. Here's a nice juicy line. And our nemesis, the Owl Rappy, does in fact appear. Unfortunately, even though it gives increased experience, it's a nuisance to have appear because it just is so much slower to kill. And now we're so rattled that we let these guys get out of line. Fortunately, we just barely have enough TP. The Owl Rappy also messed us up there and could have, if we missed anything more, we would have had to use the Mana Fluid. Now we finally find our biologist and he isn't running away anymore and he's had enough fun. So he sends us back saying he'll come back. But since we didn't use the Mana Fluid, we don't even have to shop now. So we completely bypass shopping. And this quest, like claiming a stake, also doesn't require you to talk to the quest giver, so we just turn in and we're done. Our next quest is a little bit different. The objective is to collect data on the 5 native animal types in the forest. But that's really just code for slaying them and then analyzing them. It's still an action RPG at the end of the day. We're fighting monsters, not playing scientist. We're given a time limit of 20 minutes, but that's just to make sure you don't have too much fun genociding everything on the ground. Most of the doors are already open or are easily unlocked via a switch like that. Each room contains a different type of monster, and you can choose how you get each piece of data. This first room has Boomas, and it's pretty straightforward to just start with this one, as every other option for Boomas also has the higher alternate forms of Boomas that have more HP in them. So this one makes sense to do just because we can finish everything with 2 fireballs each. Plus it's on the way. So as you see, after all of that monster blood pools on the ground, we automatically collect our data with that fancy device given to us. And what's unusual is we can just go straight to Forest 2, but this makes sense as we need to end up in Forest 2 to collect the Hill-to-Bear data regardless. Start up here and start picking up these wolves that are jumping in. There are 2 different waves here. We have to make sure to walk forward far enough to make sure they both spawn. It does take 3 Zons to take down the Barbarous Wolves if you get a lucky drop, or like enough lucky Mana Fluids so you can feed your Meg a little bit more. You can bring it down to 2. When the 1 was really close to me, I was able to do Zond and land a Fireball. So we cut over here to get Rag Rappies. We ignored the Boomas in the last room because we already have their data. Here I forgot to recover my TP for a little bit. Oh, I take it back. I didn't forget I knew I was going to level. Phonemes and, well, all movements in this game recover 1 TP. At low levels it's like 1 every couple seconds. So if you're 1 TP off, it might be better to take some time loss instead of spending a lot of fluid. Arguably it wasn't super necessary here. Here I zone out again for a little bit, forget about the Monest. That's in this room. All of the other Monest options on this quest are pretty terrible because they spawn like 3. This one you only need to get 1 to get the data. Didn't even see that moth make it in the way, but body blocked very nicely for that Monest. Again, the Monest takes forever to leave, but what's cool is we don't need to stick around to get the data. You can just start walking to the next area. So we've gotten 4, and the last one to get is the Hildebrand. And that's also an exit back to Pioneer 2. And look, there's a Hildebrand. Part of the reason why we wanted to have enough amount of fluids going into Fake and Yellow, knowing that we wouldn't even use that many, is that we're also not shopping it in at the end of this quest. Since we were back on the other side of Pioneer 2. It's hard to say exactly what all the time saving was from memory, but I do know that the splits I'm comparing against had an Al-Repi appear. So that was probably part of it, and I think it threw us off even more than the Al-Repi in Fake and Yellow did. So our next quest is Grand Squall, and our objective is to find survivors of a pleasure boat, which is a pretty weird cover story given that no one's been really allowed to go down to the planet to begin with. So no one really buys this cover story, except canonically us, as you'll see. Once again, it looks like we're playing Magnitude of Metal. So once again, this wolf will be way over here, but fortunately we can hit it no problem. Go back for these 2 Boomas here. And Booma did in fact dodge us again. Arguably going for that green box isn't really worth it, but as someone who plays the 90% category, it's kind of wired into me to check all green boxes. You can try to lead in your casting of Foy while they're spawning in, but if you hit them too early, they'll end up taking no damage at all, so you can't go too fast. So here we meet Bernie, who asks us if we really believe the story, and we say, well, we do. And he's like, well, wait, what? And he thinks since we're serious, he's like, well, he kind of feels sorry for us, and he'll tag along with us. Now, Bernie is pretty competent. He's not nearly as high level as Krieg, but he can do pretty similar damage to him. It's because he's got a very nice weapon, and he can shoot at a range. Regardless, you have to bring Bernie with you because only he can open this door. Only he has the knack, as you can see. So like other quests with companion NPCs, we try to divide up the work. He was a little bit slow, but he cooperated well enough. So that was a good warm-up, but now things will get a little more intense. We can bypass this room here, but there will be a lot more monsters than have been appearing in other quests up until this point. As you can see, we get 6 or 7 at once. Bernie's more than capable of taking everything on himself. Unfortunately, he also can be susceptible to getting caught on the map, so we have to take a couple seconds to go back for him. In this room you only have to finish off the wolves, but these other boomers up here get in your way, so it's pretty hard to get out without hitting them as well. I got myself turned around and got myself hit for no good reason. As long as Bernie doesn't get stuck, it's not going to be too much of a problem. The 2-slot frame is very nice. We don't need armor slots in this category, but anything we can get does help. If we can put a mind unit into it and boost our mental strength to do more damage. At some point, we want to get a certain amount of mental strength so that we can one-shot an enemy in the ruins, the Claw, which has 150 HP exactly, and we're going to be mostly shy of doing exactly 150 damage for most of the run. But if we boost our mental strength up, we can get there by the end. Once again, we try to split the work up 2 by 2 here. Unfortunately, end up targeting the wolf on his side, so things get a little bit messed up. Since I know I don't have that much left of the quest, I'd start feeding my meg now. Here we just try to position Bernie optimally so that he can hit Monists. We actually give him the Monist that doesn't spawn anything, so it doesn't waste his time on Rockmets too much. Arguably I should stand a little bit closer. Bernie might be more inclined to shoot faster if I do. These waves can be a little tricky to do optimally. Bernie doesn't actually not one-shot the Gikabuma, unless he does a heavy attack like that. NPCs will only do heavy attacks if they like see a monster like stay up in their path. But mostly I'm just trying to take everything, and then hopefully Bernie can finish it off in one shot from there. Go back for that drop, hoping it's a Trimate, but it's not. The Trimate's a good source of revenue. Regular weapons at this point are worth a lot less. Here I try to hit the wolf and the Booma, the wolf and the Build-A-Bear at the same time. Doesn't quite work out though. Anyway, we found a survivor, even though she looks pretty injured, but apparently she's okay. So we're sent back. We've got a lot of things to sell. It's pretty unusual that we actually got one of every simple technique in our inventory. If you could get that reliably 90%, you'd save a lot of time. We checked the armor shop to see if there was anything interesting. I think we ended up buying the barrier, right? Yeah. So the barrier will help mitigate hits. You can block more often, and we do eventually need to get one just to get some resistances. Our final quest of the forest, at least for now, is Forest of Sorrow. This is a continuation of native research. The quest giver, Alicia Baz, was not impressed with our data. She doesn't believe it, so she wants us to show her work and bring her there so that she can see with her own eyes what's on Rigol. Naturally enough, we start in the same map that was used for native research, so this is a justified copy-paste, I guess. I think she got caught there, but it doesn't matter because we can still go straight to Forest 2. So I'm pretty sure Forest 1 is pretty much exactly the same as it is in native research, but Forest 2 is completely different, and we'll actually be doing pretty much every place we didn't do in native research. Sneak back here and find ourselves a baby Hildebeer. Alicia ends up being very interested in this, so our objective now is pretty much to find that again. Unlike native research, there are no rappies in this room. Here we only really need to hit the wolves, but again it's kind of tricky to only hit the wolves. And you can't really tell Alicia to do that. Yeah, well I guess there were rappies after all, we do need to hit a couple of them. Unfortunately, Alicia was wasting time trying to swing her stick instead of cast Sparta, so we took more time to get this Hildebeer spawn than we should have taken. But if Alicia does focus, she can do quite a lot of damage with that Barda that is a little bit higher level than ours. Here we want to try to move a little bit closer to spawn with the other Hildebeer. Now we're just still wasting time trying to use her stick. I'm kind of impressed that she can even do damage with it, but we'd rather just her only use Bardo. Impressively, we did not get hit by that wolf. And we also didn't waste too much time accidentally hitting with the Barda. Another lucky block. going to be a little bit tricky. We want to make sure that we get behind this Build-A-Bear so that both ourselves and Alicia can hit both of them the bar at once. There, that Build-A-Bear actually drops a Trimate. So because we had that Alravi appear earlier, we were able to easily get level 6. Level 6 isn't something that's guaranteed, but it's nice to have. Gives you a chance to get Foy 2 in the shop, and if you get Foy 2, you can kill things weak to fire in one hit, typically. Here, we just fight a whole ton of Build-A-Bears. This quest is also pretty famous for making it easy to hunt for the rare form of Build-A-Bears, the Hilda Blue, or in Ultimate Mode, the Hilda Tor. So after downing like 8 of them, we're finally done it, and hey, there's the baby Build-A-Bear again. Doesn't matter which dialogue box you choose, it's pretty much 10 dialogue prompts after that either way, and the Build-A-Bear baby stays on Pioneer 2. Now we've gotten our Meg 5 levels, which is about as many as you can easily get just by feeding it monofluids. So we won't be feeding our Meg a whole ton for a while. We just want to make sure that we're full on monofluids. We also, just as a precaution, always buy telepipes when we're in the shop, because it's not something you want to run out of when you really need it. So ultimately we save a little bit of time. Our PB must have not had a very great run either, because we definitely had some derping in that room with the first room in Forest 2 where we fought things. So now it's time just to go down to Forest and clear Forest normally without a quest. And luckily enough, we get the best map out of 3 possible choices to start off. This map is easily twice as fast as the next 2, at least in Glitchless at 8%, but probably even in this category. So if you got one of the other maps, you'd be losing 2 minutes right out of the gate. In Glitchless at 8%, we would care about the loot of these Rappies, but we already have plenty of forest loot, we don't need to bother with it here. Speaking of Foy 2, the shop didn't sell it to us, so we unfortunately don't get the benefit of being level 6. There, I just felt like kicking a Rappy. That was a waste of time. But not that much, because the door doesn't open that quickly anyway. Unfortunately, we did walk a little bit too far to the left there and we spawned the wolf. Thankfully, the wolf decides to let us go without incident. And this is why this forest map is so great, is after only about 2 minutes, we're already at the teleporter to Forest 2. And this is actually the best Forest 2 map, so we're already on a pretty good roll. We might have not had the best execution in our quests, but sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and we're not going to be losing any time to maps so far. Free telepipe on the ground is very nice. You could argue that's even better than finding a Trimate. Primate sells for 250 Meseta, but a telepipe costs 350 to buy. Here I'm stubborn and try to hit things with Barda more than it's really worth it. So I end up walking around a little bit silly. I like really don't give up on the Barda to the end. For a moment there, I thought I was playing any percent and didn't have sound. So it's important on all of the, I guess we'll say non-quest endeavors into Wriggle, is to hit the pillar in the second area, or the second stage of every area. This unlocks the ruins area at the end. Our previous PB just kind of forgot to do this in Forest, which lost us about 4 minutes. So we definitely did not make that mistake again today. What's cool about this category is that, compared to any percent anyways, that we're able to do 30 damage with Barda level 1, which reduces the number of casts needed by, I believe it's one above Gigabumas and Hail the Bears. And it will come into great effect at the Dragon too. It's nice to hit 5 or 6 Mothments and only 2 Bardas there. Unfortunately, I accidentally hit the Rampy with Barda because it got closer and the auto-targeting moved out of our way. You can arguably go for a Stardomizer in that warp on the other side there, but since money isn't really a concern, we didn't spend the time to do so. Here I try to turn around and finish that Gigaboom with Barda, and completely fail. Now only one Wildemere stands in our way, and it's easy. When it takes more casts to finish them off, they can get close enough to get in a good smack on you. But if it only takes 6, they have no chance. But yeah, we were a little bit silly, and danced with Barda too much, and that's why we lost some time there. Now we fight the first boss of the game, finally, 53 minutes into the run. This boss is very straightforward though. The dragon has 2 phases, and you just do enough damage in the first phase. I think it's about like something like 75% of his HP maybe, to get phase 2. And if you do certain percentages of his HP, or rather if he falls below certain percentages, he will faint during the first phase and make it very easy to rack up the damage on him. Now while I'm running this, I'm keeping count of how many hits he's taken, or at least once he falls down the second time, so I don't use more TP than is strictly necessary. In a Glitchless 90% setting, it's about 48 hits to go to phase 2. Here it's going to be about 25% faster than that, because we're doing 24 damage instead of 19. Here I was off by 1, so wasted a little bit of time. Now I want to try to hit him with as many Bardas as I can before he dives underground. Even though he's in the air, we can hit him with Barda. It's a little sketchy though. But we have Zon, so we can tap him for even a little bit more. we definitely have the resources to get away with it. That hit should never happen, but doesn't really matter either. As long as you run at a sharp angle away from it, and like don't let him. Like if you cut close to where he starts, he won't be able to hit you. But I did neither of those in that case. As you can see, is the area where the hit connects is going to be a little bit weird. It can be his foot, it can be his wing. So Barda can outright miss if you somehow miss all those boxes. One thing that's kind of famous about this boss is how it can kill you by crushing you as it falls. But we were nowhere near that. We worked our way over to those boxes, which always have a blue box and 2 green boxes. And then we work our way back to get some more green boxes, including a star atomizer. Now, arguably, we don't actually need to do this because we don't need the money. However, this is our first chance at getting caves drops. And if we can... There's enough of them here, I think, to justify going for them. If you got something like a Giveaway level 1 or a Gazant level 1, that would speed up the next hour of the run so much. It's ridiculous, so I don't mind going for it, even if it costs a handful of seconds to do so. In order to unlock the next area, we have to report into the principal about the dragon. Now, arguably, we could get away without shopping at this point, but I do want another chance to get Foy level 2. And I guess we had exhausted most of our fluids, so we didn't really have that much of a choice. If you get one of the Slower Forest 2 maps, or the Slower Forest maps in general, you might actually choose to lose this time before you do the dragon fight. So, it doesn't make a huge difference in the end. Now we start our first quest into the caves. First mission is the Graves Butler. We're being hired to find a lost family butler of the Grave family. Metha is a force just like us, and we'll be relying on her to do a lot of damage to take out enemies with 1 fireball each from each of us. But like all NPCs, you can't rely on them too much. Right there, she decided to not do anything. But on the shark, she did her job. That shark was a little too far away to rely on her. Here I cast 2 foys on the far pal shark, thinking that she might eventually take it, but she takes the one on the right instead. That worked out pretty well, because pal sharks take 3 shots to kill as they have 100 HP. In this case, the timing did not work out very well. I went for the one lily while she went for the other, and I was able to finish off the one that she hit in the first place, but I couldn't get back to finish off the other one. If you hit a lily without getting it to a certain amount of HP, it can gain a bunch of invincibility frames and then paralyze you. So generally when fighting lilies, you want to try to make sure you at least take off, I think it's about 75% of their HP. And if they're at least below that HP, they will go into a cycle where they do a final stand attack where they will try to poison you if you're standing near them. But they'll self-destruct in any case. So this time, my fireball just happened to miss. That was extremely unlucky. Lilies hitboxes are pretty weird. There's actually two hitboxes on them. One is on the base of their stem, and the other is the flower head itself. And as you can see, their head moves around quite a bit. So even if you're locked on, their tendency to snap back very quickly can cause even something really close like that to just miss. Here we realize that Metha got stuck. We've just had terrible luck with NPCs getting caught on the stages in this run. Since she contributes a good amount of damage, we want to go back and get her. If she was a less useful NPC, we would just leave her and there would be no problem. Another option would be to wait until we go to the Cave 2 area and she would warp back to us just like Null did back in Journalistic Pursuit. But there's enough of Cave 1 remaining that I opted not to do that. In the end, either decision probably would have worked in terms of how much time is gained or lost, because she's not significantly speeding things up, but over time it'll probably even out to as much time as I lost going back for her. Here we're checking all of the cave boxes again to hopefully get a lucky Giveaway or Gazan to drop. Even Gabarda would be acceptable, but Gabarda's not that great of a technique. Not a lot of things are weak to ice, and Gabarda is kind of slow. Or rather, there are enough things weak to ice, it's just Gabarda is extremely slow, and what one Gabarda can do, two regular Bardas can do just as well in most cases. Kind of failed at lining up the boxes for a Barda, so if you want to just break two boxes, you can do it pretty quickly just by taking out your cane and smacking them, because it also moves you forward while you do so. That was an example of some good teamwork with Metha. For some reason, Metha decides to take a break here and not contribute at all. Let's see if we have trouble with lilies again. That time I got the finishing foy off before the paralysis attack began. The lilies aren't guaranteed to paralyze every single time, but it's a pretty good chance. It's also possible that it just decided not to do it that time. So as we're trying to find her family butler, we're actually walking past message capsules that he's leaving. So he apparently decided to go down to Rogol and go through the caves for reasons that are at best suicidal, because it's a very dangerous place here on Rogol. But fortunately, to complete this quest, we don't have to take our time actually reading any of the messages left behind, except for the final one. Even though this is our first time in the caves, it's not really that hard because we're more than used to playing at this level. Like in an 90% run you would be level 5 at most in Cave 1, and we're level 7 here. And with having Foy 2 out of the gate, it's pretty much a cakewalk. A typical any percent Glitchless speedrun, you only have Foy 1 at your lower level, and you can't even two-shot lilies reliably. That's a frequent occurrence where we try to pick up a green box thinking it's like a monofluid or anything else, but if you're maxed out on that item, you can usually carry 10 of most green box items. You'll just do your attack instead, because your command palette doesn't change to the item pickup command. This room is always a little awkward because Maytha won't fully enter the room until you enter in quite a bit away, and she'll try to fireball things from beyond the border of the room, and generally that just does not work. Most attacks will not pierce through one room barrier into another, or into the hallway. I line up a nice party here to destroy all the boxes at once. In these situations I always go for the far lily first, mostly to make sure that it doesn't poison us, but also because Maytha is not going to go for that one when we're so close to the other one. Here's the final message capsule, so all we have to do is prepare our exit, mash through the text, and get the quest finished notification to signal us to go back. We feed our Meg a little bit more because we've got the money. Now we just sold a weapon that had a special ability on it, but it takes so long to tech those items to figure out what special they have, and we don't need weapons to begin with, so it's better just to get it out of our inventory. Sometimes you'll see us drop that, because it's only worth selling for one Meseta if you don't tech an item. Anyway, there's no real resolution to the story. The butler didn't make it, and it's sad. So, anyway, we did our job. Time to move on. The next quest is actually very similar, though. We'll end up in the same place. We're going through Cave 1 and half of Cave 2, and we're escorting a force that has a unusual request. Cecil's request is to escort her while she gets some exercise in her goal. She's preparing for her wedding and she wants to lose some weight to look good for her special day. So, I mean, what better place to do that than the sweltering caves of Virgol? Now, one difference with Cecil, as you just heard, is she casts Sparta instead of Foy, so she'll be doing less damage overall. Basically, the only thing you can rely on her to 1-2 combo with would be like lilies, which are weak to ice. She's not even strong enough to finish a Lily in 2 shots on her own, so she must only have Barda level 1 or 2, depending on what her stats technically are, but either way we have to generally finish off anything she tags. If she was a little more proactive, she could have actually cast 2 Bardas on those sharks, and that would have been very useful, but I don't blame her, those are a little far away. I suppose this is something that hasn't been shown yet, but the little pinging noise and those floating things in the air are traps that, if you stand around them, will ping you for an annoying amount of damage. Sometimes some of them can even topple you over from doing massive damage. And your character has a tendency to hold on and like hesitate whenever they're near something that's threatening, be it a mob or a trap like that. But you can disable that effect by removing your targeting reticule, and the simplest way to do that is to open up the chat menu. And as a result, you can walk through 90–95% of the traps in the game without them being any threat or you having to slow down. And that tactic is actually pretty important for kiting in general. Once you start dealing with some of the tougher mobs in this game, you're balancing your ability to get techniques off and retreat on a very thin margin. So you don't want to be slowed down at all. If you are targeting something and you try to back off, you might pull away only at half speed. This quest is definitely promoted as doing a good chalk, though, where we just have sections where we're running through the stage without having to fight anything. Kick another motivate. But we were able to show off how 2 Bardos and a Foy is just as good sometimes. Doesn't really save any time, but it can save a little bit of TP. Not that we need to save TP at this point. Picked up that item so quickly we weren't sure what it was, so we opened it ready to check it. Moon Atomizer is a little expensive, but it isn't something that we use to recover TP, so it's easily best to use it for mag food. I don't remember if it grows the mind stat as much as a dye fluid would, but it costs about the same as a dye fluid. It definitely is more than a mono fluid at this point. Here I equipped Telepipe in preparation for finishing the quest. In the Graves Butler, we had to provide our own means of getting back. But in this one, Cecil will put down a Telepipe to exit the stage, and what's strange is all the telepipes that are created by NPCs ostensibly are still put under your color, so if you put a telepipe down before they do, yours will be overridden. So we heard the telepipe open up in the back of the room. Instead of walking there, we just put down our own. Fix up our palette again. In this case, we're keeping the saber so that we can open boxes with it. It's a little bit faster than the cane to use. This is one shopping trip we could arguably skip, depending on where our fluid count's at. I might work that into a future run. And you'll see the aerobics were very effective. She's lost about 80 pounds, so you can't argue with results. Now, this next mission isn't really any particular milestone canonically or mechanically in the game, but in the run, it's our last opportunity to get Giveaway or Gazan before it really starts hurting to not have it. We're dropping our money on the floor, but don't worry, we'll pick it up later. The objective this time is to deliver some sort of fancy device to some co-named entity that we're given no real information about, but we just know where we have to go, and that's good enough for us. There's another good example of walking through traps. Most traps have a pretty low blast radius, but some of them, even if you try that trick, you'll get punished for it, and you really have to avoid them. But that's the vast minority of traps in this game. My Barda strategy did not pay off because the first Barda did not connect with the back evil shark. In this case I forgot that that one evil shark spawns all the way back there, so we have to backtrack a little bit for it. We also forgot that this is a evil shark, which is weak to Zombed instead of Foy. But they're relatively uncommon in Cave 1. I did buy Barda level 2 in the shop before starting this quest. And just like Foy level 2, it's a pretty nice technique to have in the caves, because most things weak to ice now take one less cast to finish off. This quest is very good at making you turn around and go back. Fortunately, there are audio cues for knowing when to turn around. You don't always have to wait for your minimap. It's actually a complete waste to pick up any money at this point, but it's hard to break the habit. As long as you don't go out of your way to pick up the Meseta, it doesn't really make a difference. I think arguably you could, if my habits were better, I could theoretically never go out of my way to pick up Meseta, because it's just not anything that comes from a box or a drop, with very few exceptions, is not a lot of Meseta to begin with. The vast majority of Meseta you get in this game is going to be from selling items, and even more than that, just from the quest rewards themselves. Here there's a fork in the road, and either way will get you to your destination. This way is a little bit faster, in my opinion. Since we have Barda 2, we can finish the Lily with 2 of those instead of using Foy and save ourselves a couple of TP. decided to feed my mag to finish off that 1 mind level and get the +2 mental strength, which probably doesn't make any difference, but it felt nice. Here we forget that you actually have to wait for the targeting lock on, or you actually have to aim if you want to hit anything. So, not shown on screen right now, but on the radar you might see another arrow, and that is some sort of like guard android, and it's unique to this quest to have this, but they present it as something you want to talk to, but in actuality it is just a huge trap and a huge waste of time. NPC combat in this game is very janky. It gives you no experience and no item rewards in any case. And so, with this one being completely optional, we don't even bother looking at him. But I mean, other than your minimap, how could you be expected to see him in the dark? Even though it's better to use Barda on lilies just to save a little bit of TP, when they're far enough away, I prefer to just shoot Void because it reaches just a little bit farther. And with the janky hitboxes that we saw before, it's definitely a safe play. And again, TP doesn't matter that much in this run. Generally, if you're going to run out of TP, it's due to the decisions of like choosing to fight enemies in the first place, or like really missing techniques, not choosing the wrong one. These portfolio slimes are not too much of a nuisance because we can finish them in 2 shots, but as you see, they eat up a lot of your time because you cannot hit them while they're sliding along the ground. Lining up these two for Barda is harder than you'd think. Again, because of janky Lily hitboxes, and also the Grass Assassin can kind of not end up where you expect, so it's not generally worth it, but it's still fun. You caught a glimpse of what happens if you don't have your menu up there. You're flinching a little bit and slow down. Most of the traps, even if you slow down a little bit, still give you some leeway to get out of the way. Drop the telepipe back there. We'll be naturally using that, but not just yet. It's important to get... I guess it's not this map. I got really close to that Nano Dragon out of habit because there's another map where 2 Nano Dragons spawn, and if you're too close to the center of the room while you're attacking one, the other one will take a shot at you. We choose not to use the heal ring there, because we don't... like, it does take time to use. So we did make a mistake here. You'll notice we're not immediately killing this lily. We're gonna get ourselves poisoned, and This is to enable us to do some fast travel later on. The mob's ability to dodge your fireballs is still around. Ideally, I wanted to get poisoned in the room in the waterfall room where the two lilies were. But I either got distracted or thought that it wouldn't be that slow to go after what I had. So now there's 3 paths. One of them is a complete waste of time. The other 2 have switches to unlock one of the doors that was locked near where we laid the teleport. And hey, there's more android guards that, if you talk to them, they will fight you. I guess it's only if you present them with one of the wrong options. They either basically are useless or they fight you. So we unlock one of the 2 pieces of where we need to go. Ignore another android guard. And these are the last boxes that we're gonna get that might have what we're looking for. Unfortunately, just get a bust. Anyway, we got our HP well to where we needed it to be for our next trick, which is to die. As you can see, the traps actually can't hurt you, and some do as little as like 9 or 10 damage, maybe even 8, but we were just fine there. But hey, we knew this was coming, we put our money here. We can do our end of quest chopping now. We can pick up Foyer 3, which is good to have, but it's not as good of an upgrade as going from 1 to 2. But the main thing it will help for is being able to finish Grass Assassins in 2 shots eventually. We're not quite strong enough to do that just yet. So now we've backtracked all the way here. In theory, if you don't waste any time setting it up, this Death Warp saves about 5 seconds. I spent about 5 seconds wasting time getting myself poisoned, so probably in the end it's a wash. I might have even lost a little bit of time. But hey, it's our objective. We were supposed to deliver, apparently, a power pack to Eleanor. And once we pop that in, she's up and ready to go, so we're done with the quest. There was a time limit on this mission, but I think it was like 45 minutes, and we're going to finish this quest in under 15. That was one of many quests where the NPCs are like, well, I'm too incompetent to do my own job, so could you solve my problem for me? That's what the hunters are good for. So this is the quest that we wanted to get some new techniques for. And unfortunately, we didn't get them. So I don't think the PB that we're running against got them either, but you can save a lot of time by having Gefeuchten Gesandt, and you'll see why as we enter the first room. Suddenly, we're fighting half a dozen monsters at once. If you had Gefeuchten Gesandt, you could hit 5 or maybe even 6 of them at once with a little bit of patience. Now we individually have to whittle them down. Void level 3 actually does help a little bit in this situation because one Foy and one Barda will work, and Barda can hit multiple things. So, with the lack of any other area of effect spells, we'll have to make do with our one relatively primitive area of effect spell, Barda level 2. If we had Gazan specifically, even if we're only using it on Running Nano Chicken, it's still worth it to finish it in only 3 hits instead of 5. So this quest more or less is like running any regular cave offline map, except it's using the online spawns instead. This is what you would see if you played Caves Online. And the offline maps, which most of the quests follow, generally just have reduced amounts of enemies. For example, we've seen this one before where there's 2 lilies on this side. But in the multiplayer version, there's 2 lilies on the other side as well. I think in this particular wave, there's like only 1 evil shark and the gill shark. And now there's 3 extra sharks to go with. Nice little Barda makes it almost look like we know what we're doing, but it's so awkward to line things up for the Barda on the fly. It's much better if you just have Gifoid, because that gives you a solid ring of fire that you don't have to think much about as long as you stay within the minimum range, which is it's high enough to be very valuable. So since we don't have anything like that, we'll still check boxes and hope we get it. Like if we got Gifoid or Gazan to this point, we could still save a ton of time. The Lily gave us a little love tap right there, which actually let us cast our second technique a little bit faster. As long as you don't get toppled over, taking damage can actually be to your benefit. It can also be to your detriment if you keep taking damage, because you don't get invincibility frames nearly as much as when you get toppled. I felt compelled to check that blue box, but only because I had hoped that it was like a priest mind or a digger HP. HP units and mind boosting units can make a run very comfortable. We don't need HP units at all, but what's nice about them is the ability to resist toppling. Most attacks in this game will topple you if and only if they do over 25% of your total HP. So if we can boost our HP, it's easier to have things fall under that 25% threshold. Similarly, we want to boost our mind with units for the same reason we're growing mind in our mag. It will unlock the ability to use certain techniques faster, and it will give us a small damage boost. Even a damage boost of 1 matters a lot when you have damage numbers of only 26, as you can see. And oftentimes, just with the way this game is designed, the amount of damage we're doing leaves enemies with 1 to 5 HP remaining. So if we can boost our damage by 1 to 5, makes a big difference in terms of how many techniques total we need to cast. I'll call attention to the counter in the lower left that shows the number of techniques being cast. It's an experimental program that I've written. It has some problems, so check the numbers is extremely approximate. It works by reading the HP bar on the screen and trying to determine if you've taken a hit based on a very primitive state machine. Unfortunately, we mess up and use Foy and then Bardo. We got a shift to level 1 disc, and we used it only because it's a complete waste of time to do anything else with it. Even selling it doesn't give you that much money. So we get it out of inventory the fastest way we know. In that case, I backed off immediately because I wasn't able to hit it again and I was afraid it would paralyze me. I was probably still in range, so we got a little lucky there. Arguably, I shouldn't worry about curing poison at first. In that case, I made a mistake because I shouldn't really be using Bardo. It saves me 1 TP to use it, but it makes it so much easier for the Nano Dragon to hit me. Got lucky for not getting paralyzed there. We tried to hit the Lily with their second attack, but the auto-targeting decided to hit the shark that was near us instead. We got Zalira level 1. That is even more useless than Shift to level 1. Shift is an attack power boost, and Zalira is a defense down debuff. At level 1, they're pretty bad. They don't last a lot of time, and they don't have any point to using them over a regular attack technique. Later on, they're great. This game has very weird scaling where level 30, the highest level for most techniques, favors the support techniques quite a bit. They become ridiculously good at that level, whereas the attack techniques don't end up scaling very well at all. There we kind of do a weird little pivot just to make sure that we didn't miss a rare Lily, the Nar Lily, spawning out of the on the near side there, because if it did spawn, we would want to fight it there rather than from the other side, so that we could get its drop. I don't even remember if the Nar Lily drop on Purple Num is relevant, but it's still something you want to check. Here we finally get a Mind Unit. Priest Mind Minus gives us 4 mental strength, which is slightly under 1 damage. One thing that is critical in these runs is HP management. Generally, I would say you're safe in caves as long as you're at least 32 HP. But it does look a little bit weird when you're at half HP. If I was fighting like a Gill Shark, I would probably want to recover at that level because a critical hit can do a lot of damage. Even that Pal Shark might have been able to end us there, so maybe I'm being a little too reckless by staying at 35 HP and taking hits. Overall, we've been pretty solid to not take too many hits over this hour and 40 minutes so far, though. So even though we haven't had the best luck and have to do addicting food slowly, we're not spending a huge amount of time getting dirt on the ground. In that case, it was faster just to take the poison rather than dodge it. We don't have infinite poison recovery, so generally we try to dodge it. Plus, if you actually don't deal with poison, your HP will get low, and that's bad. In caves it is pretty easy to avoid hits in general, but sometimes a Nano Dragon will snipe you from far away and ruin your day. So the approximate +1 damage is not paying off just yet, but Grass Assassins have exactly 140 HP. Once we get 2 more damage boosts to our techniques, then we can start two-shotting. Here we're standing in a peculiar corner that I wasn't even trying to use, but there are areas sometimes in rooms where you're counted as inside, but the monsters don't figure out how to route to you, and they just go back to their initial positions and run in circles. One thing we've been trying to do is hold on to before we teleplate back to Pioneer 2, because we will actually run out of TP in this quest before we finish if we don't have Giveaway. And we've been very close to running completely out, but we got a few clutch dye fluid drops in the last couple of rooms. So we have 1 mono fluid and I think 2 dye fluids at this point. The mono fluid gives about 75 TP back, the dye fluid gives 200. Ideally, what we want to do is hit level 11 before we pipe, because level 11 is the first time the shop will have the chance of selling you something like Giveaway or Gazand, or even better techniques. So if we have to pipe at level 10, yeah, we are missing an opportunity to get something good from the shop. We're now about halfway through this quest. Maybe a little bit more. Again, the layouts are very copy-paste, and even though this is a little bit of a novel quest for an offline player because it has online spawns, even still, you still have to do all the same things you would do normally in caves, where you have to go out of your way just to hit the switch to unlock a door. I suppose in this case they did slightly modify it from the vanilla map. Normally you have to step on a pressure plate on that side and then step on a pressure plate on this side to open the door. Now they just changed it to one switch. That's what we call dedication. See, I kind of made the realization that we had the ability to finish the lilies off a little bit faster if we use Zon, because it doesn't take any time to hit them. Afterwards, we got hit by that Nano Dragon because we weren't careful about where we were standing. That was what I was mentioning before, where I got really close to the one dragon, hoping to not get hit by the other one, but you basically have to be behind it to be safe from the other dragon. probably end up saving a lot of time personally by always recovering before checking a green box so that I never kick him off my. Okay, that's our last dye fluid. Missing in this scenario is less than ideal. And here our inventory's full, so we make room to get this mono fluid, which we're not going to use just yet because it would be more TP than we need. We use this heal ring just to prolong our need to pipe just a little bit more. Stood a little bit closer to that level, we might have been able to hit this far one. Luckily we didn't get paralyzed there again, but our auto-targeting messed with us and caused us to change targets, which is a good way to get yourself hit. As far as dealing with the slimes, since we don't have any super powerful techniques, our best bet is just to make sure that they spend as little bit of amount of time gliding along the ground as possible. And then generally the key is they will not pop up when you're on top of them, and they will not pop up when you're too far away from them. So you want to kind of guide your own movement such that you have them always at arm's length, but no further. Here's one of the last rooms where having Gift Warrior Gazant really matters in this quest. From here on out, you get smaller waves like this. There's a few more. This is basically the last big spawn of 6 monsters. So we use that last spare mono fluid that we got. We level to 11 and say, well, let's go see if we can get giveaway. We'll need to shop anyway because we're out of fluids. As you see, even anti-paralysis has a little bit of a mind growth on the back. Well, the first things we see are not giveaway, but Rabarda and Gazant, which are very excellent techniques. We also see Trifles in the shop. One of many things that get unlocked as a potential item at level 11 in the shops. So, Rabarda, as an ice technique, still ends up solving a lot of the problems that Giveaway does, just at a little bit of a higher TP cost. So Rabarda is so powerful that even if you're resistant to ice, it does a ton of damage. And Gazant, similarly, is fast, so even if it's not as efficient, it's still better than just casting one-hit techniques. We only did 84 damage with Rabarda, so unfortunately we didn't one-shot anything. But that's where the plus ones come into play. Evil Sharks have 85 HP, so we weren't too far off. Now we're going into the last leg of this quest. Fortunately, we don't have to do too much in Cave 3. You can see we show the power of having Gazant specifically there, and Rabarda there. Three shots and an item treatment. So you can imagine how much time we'd save having anything like Gazant, or even something better from the start, And you can get it as early as from the dragon boxes. So the theoretical limit on this game, or this category rather, would still be several minutes ahead of where our PB is. Since our Robarda currently is not strong enough to one-shot, it's much faster just to use 2 Kazans instead, and a little bit cheaper. It's the first time we have to deal with the Panarms, I believe. And if you can get it to go down before it splits, it saves a ton of time. Unfortunately, even though we saved a ton of time, the slime decided to shove itself into a wall, and that causes it to despawn and respawn again, so the time we saved from the Panarms was instantly negated by the slime being very uncooperative. And that was the last thing we needed to fight. So I suppose we should talk about the objective of this quest. The quest giver really wanted to get a piece of the very rare and apparently contraband cake that is being developed down here, down in the lowest levels of the Rogol Caves. But we found the cake shop, run by the Namara Cake Sisters, I believe is their name. So that over 20-minute trek, and one of the longest quests in the entire game, is now at a close. We do some extra shopping because we want to see if there's another good technique being sold. Every time you go back to Pioneer 2, the shops are re-randomized. Fortunately, this time there wasn't anything good. But now we have some useful area of effect techniques, so from here on out, quests will go a little bit smoother. Now it's time for a little bit of a breather quest after that long 23-minute quest through the caves. We're doing one of our more mundane missions, where we don't even go down to the surface of Rogol, we just negotiate between a husband and a wife. The wife is demanding that her husband stop buying so many weapons at the shop over here, so we go give him a good scolding. But it is a good opportunity to check for additional techniques that might be useful. Unfortunately, all we find is Gibbardo, which very occasionally has a purpose, but is mostly a meme, and probably will not be seen until the very end of this run. The husband says, "But I wanna," and the wife insists, "No more shopping." So we're gonna tell them off once and for all. Now, why they're not talking to each other when they're literally 15 seconds away, I don't know, but I just do my job. He says he starts whining. But apparently that's good enough. So, with that mission cleared, we're gonna go do some serious quests again. The next one is Waterfall Tears, which is yet another quest that will end in that same Cave 2 waterfall room. Premise is that there's some twin sisters, and one of them is reported that her twin has gone missing, and we're gonna go down and find her. Oh no. NPC combat. Fortunately, it can be ended very quickly with Robarda. Robarda and Gifoy each seem to hit NPCs more than once, whereas other techniques that would show more damage won't even finish them off in one hit. There was actually a second NPC on the side that you might have only seen on the minimap, but you only need to take out the girl there. This room is loaded with little traps, and you'll get hit 4 to 6 times depending on how well you zone it out. Here I failed to aim my second Kazand. Kazand has a pretty cool property against poison lilies, where, as you recall, they've got 2 hitboxes, and Kazand will target both of them. So lilies have about 70 HP normally, but Kazand is capable of hitting both targets at the same time, dealing effectively double damage, so it can one-shot lilies. Every now and then, though, it will miss the second hitbox. Against Nano Dragons, which have 200 HP, we can squeeze in a Rabarda, which does massive damage to do a 2-shot. Otherwise, this map is very similar to other cave layouts that we've seen. There's just some modifications for that NPC combat at the beginning in the big trap room. That's sort of the gimmick of the map, or the quest in general, is that the girl we fought is laying down all these traps and trying to, like, rob hunters of their money after they get trapped. Something like that. Or I think it's even more nefarious than that. I think the hunters end up going missing. So she's, like, involved in some sort of human trafficking or something like that. Unfortunately, the press trap cycle is not in our favor there, but it doesn't waste too much time. This room is a little bit easier to deal with. We can just walk along the edge and have none of the traps hit us. And that time you can see that Rabarda does a total of 140 damage. Even on things that are resistant, it still does quite a lot, but on things that are weak to ice, it's absolutely massive. That time I was trying to go for the cheaper option of doing 2 Kazands and a Zand, but I neglected to remember that my Zand was so far down on my quick menu that I ended up spending more time trying to access it than I had time for. Now I fix it to put Zand closer to the top. This room was also modified. In the normal variation, it's just a grass assassin and a evil shark. But now, this time, they turned out the lights and put a bunch of nano dragons in the room. And not to mention more traps. Don't actually want to approach these nano dragons too much because we'll just have to waste time hitting traps or going around traps. Kind of like that, but you have to get close enough to get at least one shot off. Once again, I'm lured in by the blue box, but it's really not worth it. But that's the first part of this quest done. On to Cave 2. Here I get a little impatient and miss the shark on the left. So I revert to my old strategies to finish off the sharks, but I lost some time over what it should have been, for sure. I kinda like this quest because it does actually give you a unique map layout in Cave 2. You won't see this map in the plain caves when you go to fight the cave boss. It's, I think, one that only appears in the multiplayer map. Or the multiplayer pool, rather. Now that I've got the powerful techniques, one thing I've got to be a little careful about is... like running out of TP, it's a lot easier to be low on TP and kind of forget that you have to keep it up. Fortunately, I don't have to... there's no quest for a while that's as long as addicting food, so I don't need to worry about running out of TP, even though I don't really carry much in the way. I think I probably bought dye fluids at this point, but I don't really need them until a little bit later. Once again, we find the same girl, and it is in fact the twin sister we were looking for. You lay down our own telepipe to go back to Pioneer 2, and from here on out, at least until we get Rafoy and Rasand, we'll want to check the shop even if we don't strictly have to, because any time lost doing extra shopping is made up for by potentially having a better technique. This time the shop tries to sell us Robarda again, but it doesn't do us any good if we already have it. Anyway, apparently her twin was tricked into her misdeeds, so apparently she's just naive, and her more responsible sister will teach her what for. So normally on the... what we would do next normally would be one of two quests. It's either solve a blacksmith or black paper. The tracker, the splits show that we're supposed to do black paper now, but I decided this time to actually do solve a blacksmith instead. And that's mainly because I only have Gizand and Robarda in my favor, and those are techniques that are perfect for taking on the dragon that you fight in this quest, but less useful in black paper when I would rather have, like, Rafoy available to me if I can get it. So I decided to wait until I get to shop one more time to do that quest, because you can do them in either order and it doesn't make that much difference. So in Solve a Blacksmith, the premise is that someone that makes weapons on Pioneer 2 has decided to try to come up with something cool, and by using materials that you'll collect from Unwriggle. So it's straight out of a Monster Hunter type of deal where we're going to pick up some stuff we find on the ground. The first material is in this room right here. It's that shiny object. We kind of fail at hitting this rappy here. It looks really like, how could you miss that, but what ends up happening is you try to turn towards the rappy, but you're already caught on it. You won't be able to turn. Anyway, we picked up the Moantite in the river, some sort of fancy mineral. Doing forest optimally with these faster area of effect techniques is actually a little tricky sometimes. because to do it optimally, you want to start casting as soon as possible. But if you cast too soon, you waste a lot of time and resources. This quest also lets you go to Cave 1 right away. You can kind of do things in either order. We have to also get a mineral from the caves. But why not just start in the forest? We've seen this map variation before. It's a lot easier to deal with when you have Gazant. You spend a little bit of time picking up monoflutes. So, we arguably don't have to, but money is a little bit tight at this point, and it will be until we finish a few more quests. It's mostly about having that flexibility. If we do a good job of spending, not spending too much money, and have a lot of money left over because we didn't buy too many Diafluids, that's extra Trifluids that we can eventually buy that will make it so that we don't have to restock too often at the end of the game. Here I get a little impatient and waste the first Robarda. I needed to hit those 2 Gigabumas to open the door, but I only hit the 1. Only one of these waves needs to be defeated, but I don't even remember which it is. Either way, you can usually take out all of them at once. That time I handled the Hildebeer very poorly. Even though it's much less of a threat to us, it is still very capable of toppling us. Here I'm ignoring the wolves, they are the secondary wave. That time we got a little lucky. I did cast that first Robarda a little early, but it lasts a little bit longer than sometimes it would seem, and then Hildebeer walked into it. That time we didn't get very good luck getting the wolves to line up for us, and we took 3 Gazans to take out 4 wolves. Here I decide it's time to put Diafluids on because I have no monofluids left, and when fighting the dragon you want to not be fumbling with your quick menu because you don't have that many opportunities to actually hit the dragon in the second phase before it dives underground. So this dragon fight is still pretty straightforward, but it's going to be even more optimized because we have high power techniques now, and our goal is to finish it before it even dives underground. This is pretty easy to do with Robarda, but it's possible to do with only Gazant. Just like with Lilies, Gazant has the ability to hit the dragon multiple times, so even though it's relatively resistant to thunder attacks, only taking 17 damage, it's actually taking that 17 damage times 3 to 5, depending on how well I line up for it. So now I can cast Roberta and do a solid 113 damage per pop here. And it only takes 4 of those to bring it down. And even though it falls on us, we have more than enough HP to survive that now. And the dragon gives us a dragon vein. If I was a little more clever, I would have lined myself up to be at the teleporter, but I got disoriented and couldn't make it. So it brings us back to Pioneer 2, but we just go straight back down to do the other side in caves. And this quest you can actually pick one of 3 minerals, and you get like a better special on your weapon if you get the later minerals. But our goal is only just to complete the quest, not necessarily get the best item. Especially since we don't use weapons in the first place, this quest is relatively humorous to us as a character. You're doing a very poor job of lining things up to hit 2 things at once with Kazand. Anyway, on the other side of that lava flow is a set of minerals, so we'll just work our way around the map to get there. Here I've kind of neglected to realize that I could be using Roberta to one-shot Evil Sharks at this point. Because we leveled up to level 12, our mental strength is almost certainly good enough to do 85 damage to sharks. But Roberta still requires you to get really close, so using 2 Kazans isn't necessarily the worst. So as we prepare to pick up the mineral, we'll drop a teleplate right beforehand so that we can pick that up, walk right back in, and we'll have everything we need to make something nice. In this case, we want to shop, regardless of what techniques we have, because we exhausted our mono fluids, and it's much cheaper to restock mono fluids than it is dye fluids. Dye fluids are nice, but they are not Meseta efficient. And I decided to take the time to buy some extra mag food, even if it's just anti-paralysis. Even those little ticks of mind growth on the mag could make a difference in the long run. So he lets us choose a blade, gun, or staff, but we just go with the blade. The weapon he gives you can actually be pretty nice, even if you take the base mineral, because you could have a ton of hit percentage on it, and it's not easy to get hit percentage in the first place in normal mode. But there's no guarantee it will have it. Well, most of the time it will probably have nothing at all. So now we get to do Black Paper, and this is the follow-up to Waterfall Tears. Basically the shady organization that was taking advantage of Chloe's sister Anna, who we fought in Waterfall Tears, is now being infiltrated by the quest giver from last time, and she's calling for backup. There I accidentally used a dye fluid because I still had it equipped here, so I tried to pick up the mono fluid and still failed even after recovering and wasted dye fluid in the process. So this map is closer to the original Cave 1 map that the quest is based off of, whereas Waterfall Tears was a little more modified. It's otherwise the same layout. And beyond this quest, that will be the extent of all the quests we can do until we unlock the mines. So there's not a whole lot to commentate on right now, and probably not during the main caves either. It's going to be a lot of the similar layouts over and over again. Even in the base game, like the base speedrun, the caves are kind of a drag just because of the relative amount of inaction and the large amount of just jogging through. So this is definitely the part of the run where I'm a little sleepy, but it gets better from here. Still, it's nice to go through this area with some powerful techniques which you would normally only ever dream of having in a Glitchless 90% run. So yeah, here we could have used Rabarta, instead we waste our time lining up for Gazant, and we didn't even hit that back one twice with Gazant. At least the game is showering us in plenty of mana fluids. If we really wanted to, we could be feeding our Meg with those mana fluids. But it's also just fine to do the anti-paralysis instead. But about the story for what it is, so like the premise is that Chloe was able to infiltrate because she's a identical twin to the person that this organization Black Paper thought they had recruited. But it's not really clear, like, what she's doing, if she's going along with the same nefarious deeds or what, while waiting for us to catch up. That's another opportunity where it could have just been Rabarta. Instead of 3 techniques, we could have just used 1. I see a green box, I go out of my way for it. But arguably there's no point. It could be a giveaway disc, but it's very unlikely. And we already have something that works just as well as giveaway. So probably if I'm trying to go for an optimal time in the future, I would not go for that. Here's where I finally make the connection that I can do 86 damage. So again, this is the same map layout as for Waterfall Tears, but it'll be slightly less modified. Here I say like, oh, I can use Roberta, and still fail to actually wait until the third shark is in range. Same thing here. I get impatient. That one shark in the back always likes to do a little dance off to the side, so even if you have Giveaway, you might miss. Here you equip dye fluids again because we ran out of mono fluids. Yeah, instead of the quest ending in Waterfall Tears, instead we get a midway boss. Unfortunately, this guy doesn't get double hit. NPCs have a greater invincibility frames after getting hit than a player character would, so we can't just spam our techniques. And it's very likely we'll take a hit, but fortunately it wasn't too bad. I suppose now that I think about it, it is a little bit of a mystery why I can do 98 damage with Roberta on one NPC, take her out in that previous quest, but in this quest I do 148 to this guy, and it doesn't take him out. Either way, it's not like he has 280 HP. But I don't think Anna only had 98 HP or less either. Moral of the story is that NPCs are just generally very janky in this game, and the way things interact with them is not at all like you would expect, and it's not at all like how player characters interact with things. Like, on paper, Razant might do the most damage, but I find it the least reliable at one-shotting any NPC, even if the display damage number is higher. Given how much fumbling with my menu there was, it is arguable whether it was a good idea to take my time to try to hit 2 enemies at once. That time I actually hit 3 sharks with the Roberta correctly. This is kind of a neat room where we actually get to fight more or less one of everything except for Nano Dragon, I think. Or rather, 2 of everything. I guess there was a Nano Dragon after all. Unfortunately, we still have to deal with slimes the slow way. There's definitely a potential if you have Roughoy to one-shot them. Now we're finally at Cave 3. And this time we'll be doing about as much combat as we had in Addicting Food. So it won't take all that long. That time I tried to do the Roberta-Gazan combo, but was not actually facing the Nano Dragon, and I kept being stubborn about it. So it's a good way to miss and take a hit. So at this point, our combat versus mobs has ended, and we're chasing down these NPCs. Even though we're a minute off at least, we're getting ready to telepipe out. And the idea here is that these guys are running through the caves and they're not able to close the doors behind them, so we're just able to catch up with them. Don't have to fight anything. Alright, we got one more lackey to send after us. And this guy's actually pretty dangerous. That Barda is stronger than anything we have, and anything stronger than any of our NPC allies have had. Fortunately though, he goes down in 2 Bardas. You also have to be careful in that room to not veer off to the side too much, because there are traps that will also top you over. Now we accidentally talked to Chloe, trying to telepipe out. Here I decide I can finally afford to feed some higher level food. We checked the fire sword that we got from Soul of the Blacksmith. It didn't have any special attributes on it. The armor shop finally gave us something nice, a priest mine that we can equip to boost our mental strength by another 5. At this point I decide that we're gonna check the shop one more time, refresh it one more time to try to get giveaway or roughaway, because doing caves, like the normal caves without it, is not going to be particularly great. I don't want to run out of TP before I get to the boss, so having something more efficient to like giveaway would help that out. Anyway, the gamble pays off. So now that we have giveaway, we can more or less one-shot things that are weak to fire, but at 2/3 the cost that it would take for Roberta to do it. In between those 2 quests, we only end up 25 seconds behind, so that extra pipe wasn't all that bad compared to our personal best at the time. So now it's the same kind of thing where the kind of map we get determines how well the run goes, and we get the best Cave 1 map. This is actually the same layout as what we saw in Addicting Food, but we don't have all the extra monsters in this version. So in that case, Reparo is still better because there were Pal Sharks. So my goal here is to just make it to the boss teleporter without having to pipe in between. So I have to be a little efficient with my TP. If I get some of the slower maps, I'll regret being excessive with my TP. Free dive fluid on the ground, it's definitely worth stopping and picking up. If we get a few more of those, we'll have nothing to worry about. The diamade is less critical, but it ends up being nice once you get to the later stages where, first of all, monomate will not fully recover you, but second of all, you might be getting hit so much that you run out of monomates. And on the final boss, diamade is very good in a pinch to get yourself up from very low HP. I might actually use Giveaway for the first time here. It does a small ring around you that, you know, isn't the fastest, but it definitely has a lot of potential compared to all these other techniques that have a relatively instant effect. Giveaway's effect is very slow and gives you a lot of chance to rope a lot of things in as they approach you. Like so. I think that's like 3 strikes on blue boxes every time we got our way for one they disappoint. Fortunately, at this point, we don't have to check any of the cave boxes because we have all the techniques that could drop anyway, and we're not gonna go out of our way to try to get monofluids from boxes. If they're on the way, it's fine. The 4th blue box still isn't any good. That time we very quickly checked the lily, and it wasn't rare. In single-player mode in this game, you sometimes see those doors where you have to step on 2 pressure plates to unlock a door. Fortunately, those work, but if you play like online or multiplayer mode, they will not stay depressed. So there are some maps you cannot complete solo if you're in multiplayer mode. They generally fix that mechanic though in single-player mode. That time, we were standing just a little too far away from the lily, so didn't get hit by that giveaway. Although the range is nice, it isn't actually all that big. So, ultimately some time saved over our PB, which probably doesn't have that map. Definitely could have done things a lot better with not missing techniques. This map is middle of the road as far as Cave 2 goes. Really, there's only one, like, bad map and the other 2 are pretty okay. And even the bad one isn't that huge of a time loss. We've definitely been on this route many times before, but this time we take it out a slightly different way. Most of the other quests where you have this layout, though, there's no mobs in this room. On this map in particular, what's kind of nice is you don't have to be particularly careful of grass assassins. Normally if you hit them and they're below like a very soft threshold for their HP, they can charge at you. But on this map, they generally just don't. It's not really clear why, but I'm not going to complain. So unfortunately this little detour is still a thing, and it's the main reason why this map isn't the best, probably. And we're back at the waterfall rooms. We're about halfway through all the caves. Here, for some reason, I decide to do 5 zones. Maybe I'm feeling low on TB, but... Oh, okay. I see what happened. I had checked my experience beforehand, so I wanted to make sure that I didn't have to recover again before getting the TP refill. The frame we find, unfortunately, is not an upgrade. I don't think 4-slot frame can drop for anything but Redria. Could be wrong. But I think we can still get a 3-slot very, very rarely. Unfortunately, we step in that slime, so it takes one little extra step. Kick another monomate. And fortunately on this map, the cave pillar is in your way. It is impossible to forget it. Once again, I put more faith in the boxes than they really deserve. Here's the last mob of the map. You have to be a little careful though, that trap I just dodged, if the slime gets hit by it, it can cause problems where it might split into 2, and that would waste a lot of time. Although with giveaway it could probably be mitigated a little bit. And now we're on Cave 3, and we're on the middle of the road map. The best map is insanely faster. But this one isn't too bad. The worst Cave 3 map just has a lot more walking and a lot more monsters. I would say overall maps don't matter too much until you start talking about like Mines and Ruins maps, because you might lose 30 seconds to like at most a minute for a bad map in caves, and you know, maybe 2 minutes on the worst forest one maps compared to the best one, but Mines and Ruins, it's multiple minutes of variance. So even though this map is fast, it has pen arms, but we have Robarda. Unfortunately, I miscalculate and give it a chance to split. I think the previous pen arms we fought got frozen, and that's why it wasn't any problem. It's because I believe I have like 550 HP, and those split when they have taken something like 300, or maybe 350. Fortunately, after they split, their HP gets divided between the two things that they split into, so they're not hard to finish off. Really, the only thing that's like really obnoxious about pen arms, in my opinion, is the fact that they get less experience than anything else in the caves, by far. And definitely per HP they have. They're just massive resource sinks. They're worse than Monests in that regard. That time I ignore 2 boxes and make the cycle there. Boy, a third pen arms. This time I wait for the pen arms to be in the middle of the spell to make sure that it can't split. It will only split when it's between attacks. There, I get a little careless and realize maybe I should actually watch my HP. Anyway, given the maps we've gotten, I don't know why I was ever worried about having TP. I think I saw I had 7 die fluids. And we're at the final room now, which just has a couple waves of evil sharks. So we'll do one more shopping trip. Make sure we're fully equipped for day relay. And also because we want to check the shop for techs. Like, we could probably finish day relay with the TP recovery we have, but again, we'd like to get Refoy. That would make it go faster. Rosand would make it go faster as well. And since we're full on inventory, it made sense. We have been neglecting our mag for a little bit, but now it's nice and fed. So this will be a less than optimal day relay fight because we only have Gifoy and Gazand, but those are still very good techniques. Day relay also has many parts, and we're able to zap them with Gazand, and it's very apparent that it hits multiples. Day relay's broken up into kind of 2 major parts. He's got the head, which is protected by like a face mask, skull type thing, and then those body parts, and they each have their own HP pool. Kind of fumble and use a Gifoy there when he wasn't in range. Generally, the Gifoy will be better, even though it's a little bit slower. But you can hit him with his gun from far away, no problem. It'll look faster. So here, I get greedy and try to cast that last Gazand, but I had no right to try that. Fortunately, in all missions you have enough HP to survive being hit by Day Relay, no problem. There, I hesitated when I probably should have cast a giveaway. Definitely lost some time in that cycle just from getting hit, plus hesitation. Just like many other techniques, they have infinite vertical range, so you can hear him getting hit by giveaway as he passes overhead. Tries to hit us with his spikes attacks, but we go down with our awesome techniques. And that's a nice value hit. So if we don't finish him on this cycle, it would be pretty embarrassing. Unfortunately, he goes down fast. If we were better about it, we probably could have finished him even before he latched on the ledge there. Yeah, we're just hoping for some nice drops, but don't really get much. We don't even bother opening the rest of the boxes. And yeah, ultimately, lost a little bit of time. It's poor execution, but also from not having a better technique at our disposal. So we talked to the principal one last time to unlock the mines. I will keep investigating Tyrell. Part of the reason we definitely do our shopping before doing day relays, now we don't do shopping afterwards, and we can go straight into the next quest, which is Letter from Lionel. And actually, this quest doesn't go to the mines at all, but it's still unlocked right after doing caves, so we'll do it now. Similar to Secret Delivery, we are setting up a Death Orb and depositing our money. This one's a little bit trickier, and the Death Orb does save a lot more time, because this quest has you bounce around between areas and even do some backtracking. Similar to this quest in Forest 1 is very similar to Soul of Blacksmith. And we still have trouble with these wolves at the beginning, but at least we're going to one-shot them. To get all four of that Gazand, we have to get up close and personal with that boom. Fortunately, we blocked that first hit. We'll be coming back to this spot exactly, so we set down the telepipe there. Basically, the objective here is to find Lionel, who is an android who's been literally drawn and quartered. He's been broken into 5 pieces, his head and his arms and legs. And for some reason, we didn't pick up on that, but it's going to be on the ground there later. And that's after you go through the triple of finding him in Forest 2. But otherwise, just like Soul of Blacksmith, the trick here is just being optimal with our super powerful techniques. Now the Forest 2 map will be different. It's actually configured a little strangely, and there's backtracking here too, so there are different ways you can approach this quest. I think I've determined the best route, but I wouldn't be surprised if there was a better way to do it. Once again here we only need to deal with the wolves, but if everything else gets in the way, that's fine too. There, I was trying to use Gazand and ran out of TP, and as a result the wolves split up a little too much. Ideally, you would just give away them though, I think. And there, that could have been a Gazand to be a little bit faster, so I'm feeling the fatigue a little bit in this run. It's just a little impatient and couldn't get that wolf there. Gazand can hit things quite far away if you get it right, but that is a trick sometimes. That time we took advantage of the Hildebeer hitting us to take away the backswing of casting that technique so we could cast the next one a little bit faster while still having invincibility frames. And we have to talk to that guy because he knows something. And we will see him later. So down here we will pick up an android's head. Well, now that we stop that annoying buzzing, we should probably talk to him. And he says, well, I don't know, I kind of just found myself like this, but it's a little obnoxious to run while talking to him. You see I was struggling with the menu a little bit because as you hold up on your controller it wants to pick the first choice, which is like saying like, I'm not so sure I want to do this, and help you out. So you have to tap down just a little bit, which causes you to slow down, and I had some trouble. Anyway, we found one of his other body parts right there. That door mysteriously unlocked only once we talked to his head. So this is another stretch of backtracking that you could arguably do some piping around here to get around, but I think it's still not as bad as the one where you have to go back to Forest 1 later. Those Boomas right there, you can completely bypass, they're just there to greet you, but the still border is unlocked from the start. So, on to Cave 1. It's actually kind of, I guess, a unique property of this quest where you can just go straight from forest to cave. Unfortunately, this... well, okay, that Booma actually is just barely in range of that giveaway. This quest features a lot of, like, patient giveaway, where you have to stand in one place and let the sharks come to you, and if you go a little too fast, you'll miss one. Here we have a stretch of press traps, but it's actually not that hard to deal with. The trick is just understanding when one's about to drop you, stay in the little corners there, and the corners where that aren't lit up are generally safe, and you can generally cross 1 to 2 at a time. Here I unfortunately failed to pull all 3 sharks towards me, so I have to wait a little bit longer to use this giveaway. nice little wide Gazan there to hit 2 lilies at once. We're starting to see like some dense spawns again. First time since addicting food. Yeah, I don't know why I felt compelled to use Barda there. We've got better techniques now. One thing that's important is that you talk to Lionel in Cave 1, because otherwise his body part in Cave 2 won't appear, so he's just telling you, like, he told you before, like, I'm not sure, but I think I'm, like, in the underground, and you say, like, well, we're underground now, and he says, well, actually, I think it's a cooler part of the cave, a little bit deeper, so he's basically saying you have to go through Cave 1 and get to Cave 2 to get his next body part. And once again, the game gives us kind of a weird waste of time where it makes us walk all the way over here just to spawn anything. And from here, you can bet the next enemies to spawn will be behind us even more, so a little more backtracking. This is going to be a little bit of a tricky spawn because we want to hit Nano Dragons and also avoid getting hit by them. And that time I tried to run away, but I had a full inventory, so instead of picking up the item I did a kick attack, which allowed the Nano Dragon to hit me. Given that we have a full inventory, we examine what we have and say, okay, we can feed that to our Meg, free up some inventory, feed our Meg down. Just in principle. We want to secure this Nano Dragon over to the other side so that we can hit 2 at once. Sometimes you can even get 3 at once if you're really lucky. Yeah, we just got a few more press traps. I almost walked right into that one. And that time I thought I was a little further ahead than I could actually deal with. And this is an exercise in patience. Got 4 corners of sharks, and if you want to deal with them most efficiently, you wait for them to come to you. Then you start running towards the door, and you just have to have faith that it will open, because it gives you kind of a weird pause for a few seconds. There we find a mind material, which gives us a nice little bit of extra mental strength. It's basically the same as an extra mag level would give you. Unfortunately, that shark stayed just a little bit out of range. And there I was trying to include the sharks in that combo and just couldn't quite squeeze it in. And that time I was trying to hit everything with Rubardo and still only hit 1 out of 3. So some room for optimization for sure. But hey, now we're almost out of it. This is the final area that we have to explore. At least the first one, the last area you have to explore without backtracking. Wait for these guys to come over, open the boxes, and deal with the sharks at the same time. Still somehow managed to miss 2 boxes. From the damage we already took, this works out actually very well, because don't want to be quite at full health leaving this room anyway, so that's part of the reason we didn't heal. On the ground we found Zon 2 right there. Definitely make room for it. It actually isn't as good of a technique in all missions as it would be in any percent. But it can be useful for taking out certain enemies a little bit faster, but when you already have Gazand, you'd be using that in the mines more often. Fortunately, these traps don't activate unless you step on the one on the pressure plate. Alright, we found another leg, and we have to talk to him again. It's still very important to activate the next set of pieces. But now we can warp back to Pioneer 2. And from here we can take our telepipe down to Forest 1 to get his other body part. I don't remember if it's an arm or a leg. Pick up our money here. I guess, just in case I didn't explain it, if you get warped back to Pioneer 2, you do lose all of your money. So that's why we have to drop it ahead of time. So we are a little bit light on money. We're making sure that we've got all the necessities. And we did check for techniques again. I might have neglected to buy dye fluids, but it's not that big of a deal because we don't need that many on the next quest. Alright, found another body part now. I accidentally talked to I talked to the original message rather than him. Now we can fight back. We might check the shop one more time, just for techniques, because both Refoy and Razand are very important. So taking a little bit of time loss pays off because we get Refoy right here. And now we pick up the dye fluids. It looks like I didn't pick up monofluids though, but again, we don't really need that many on the next quest. Here's the guy we found in Forest 2 before. And we confront him saying, yeah, not cool to sell an android's body part. So, line was reassembled. Everyone wins. Overall, only losing 12 seconds on the quest compared to PB is very good, considering we did an extra shop. That's about how long it took. Somehow we fumble with the quest there. But now we're going to Knowing One's Heart, and this is the first quest of the mines. And unfortunately, we don't have Razand yet, so it will be a little suboptimal, but it's mostly a difference of having the ability to one-shot things with a somewhat slow technique versus two-shot with a somewhat quick technique. So it just adds seconds over time for every time you would want to use Resond. Arguably, I would say not having Resond is a much better position to be in than not having Refoy. Even though we don't use Refoy until later in the run. Can be tricky to deal with all those Cannadines efficiently. So this is kind of a similar quest where someone's been, I guess, having correspondence with our quest giver Ellie, and he's apparently in the mines, so she wants to meet him. But he's being kind of weird, like he's saying like, oh yeah, it's okay, you can come see me. And then other times he's like, actually it's dangerous, go away. Don't come near. But she's determined to see him. So if you have Guzan in good positioning, Cannadines can be easy to deal with as long as they're lined up. If they're in a circle around you, it's a lot tougher. Here we have two Sinnohs, and unfortunately it's a little hard to get away. I didn't walk nearly as far forward as I could have. If you had Resond, that's a case where it can be very good, because you can get the second technique off fast enough, although it might have worked with the giveaway. Who am I to second guess myself? So as you see, Ellie is kind of like Null. You can't really rely on her to do damage. If we actually had Resond, she might even be disruptive because she might be hitting things out of range of Resond. One of Ellie, even though Ellie's not very good at fighting, she is pretty good at being a decoy, so right here, that Sinnoh, for some reason, even though she's not in the room, just goes straight for her. And that gives us plenty of opportunity to walk by and hit him in the back. So those canyon rings, with the Cannadines around them, will run away if you destroy all but two of them or more. Since we can one-shot all the Cannadines anyway, it's not that much faster to have them run. If for some reason you didn't have them run and you were able to destroy all of them, it could be better for experience. Arguably messing with the experience route would be a bad idea. You can't really... There's enough map variants that you can't rely on anything, but arguably getting more experience would make this run a little less consistent, as weird as that sounds, and I'll explain later when it would come into effect. I suppose if you were going to get more experience, you'd want to get a lot more. Basically, it comes down to a point where you would want to not level up when it would be inconvenient because of a death warp you're trying to do. Anyway, we found Callus. It turns out he's a computer program. but we do the usual thing where we light the tailpipe right before, so that we can pipe out immediately after talking to him. Anyway, it turns out Callus was, I don't know, maybe infected with something that computers get infected with, however that works. But Ellie made a backup, so I guess that's okay. Here I remembered that I didn't actually buy restock on fluids, so I definitely don't want to forget going into the next quest. I probably could have been okay, but even though the next quest isn't that long, it's not something I would want to run out of fluids on. If you had to, like, if I had to do an emergency pipe to get fluids, that would waste at least like 40 seconds probably. So turning around the shop at that point was the lesser of two evils there. So next up, Dr. Oster's research. This time we're on our own. What's our objective? It's to find Dr. Oster's research, obviously. But apparently it's a little contentious, because we will be finding some other people that are also interested. So that's an example of where Razond would be a lot nicer, because it hits all around you, and it would one-shot the guild chicks. Instead we have to go off to the side, corral them a little bit, and then hit them. Fortunately, this NPC not only has his attack blocked, but we have Roberta, so we can one-shot him. Here we have dupe chicks, which have the annoying property of not really ever getting finished off unless you take out this central switch. So actually we were only solo for a little bit. We picked up Sue, and Sue I consider to be like the most average companion NPC of the game. She's very capable of doing damage, but usually she doesn't get a chance to, and sometimes even when she gets a chance to, she inexplicably doesn't take the chance. In this case, Razond is nice. And she actually did something there. There, we wait to pick up that TIE fluid until we spend a little more TP. Make sure that we get the most value out of it. So this is the door we need to go through. And this is some copy-paste dialogue from when Bernie fixed the door for us back at Grand Squall. Unfortunately, this time they didn't highlight the door being broken in the same way, so if you didn't already know you had to go there, you could get really lost. Here I walk a little bit closer to maybe have Sue help us out, but she doesn't. She goes for one of the dupe chicks getting up off the ground. See, what we'd like is for Sue to take out the Canadian. She actually did, but she took a little too much time for us to know that we could count on her. Now we picked up Escape Doll, and that's normally a really great item, but it's actually a little bit dicey to carry with you in a speedrun for all missions because you have death orbs involved. And Escape Doll will ruin your death warp. But we don't get rid of it, mostly because we don't need the money that badly, and also because if we did die to some other weird circumstance, we would want to have that as a safety net. The other cool thing Escape Bell can do is you can use it as a HP, and it not only refills your HP when you die, but it also refills your TP, so in a pinch, if we ran out of fluid, so I suppose we could use it for like a free tri-fluid. There's Sue's buddy over there, but we don't have to talk to him. I'm actually really surprised that hit all three, considering that Sue hit the first kill trick over there, but we were still able to mark our Gesund. Here we get disoriented a little bit, but we just have to deal with these Cinegolds now, and now we're done with combat. Now it's important that we come through this direction, because you can... There was a fork in the road before, and the game actually would let you come in from the other side, I believe. And you would just be wasting your time because you'd still have to hit that laser switch to unlock this area. Anyway, it looks like we found Dr. Osso's research. We put in a data disk to get a copy, and then Sue says, well, let me have one too. Now, that happens normally when you leave the room. She asks if you would give her your name, but we never give her the chance. Which, as far as I know, it would make sense. It's the same effect as if you told her, declined to give her your name. But since we don't need to do that other optional sub-side quest to complete all the missions, we have no interest. If we were going for the Soul Eater, though, I guess we would still be in the running for that, but if we wanted to get the good Soul of Steel ending, we wouldn't be able to now. So, a little bit of time loss, and you could argue that if you add up all the Razans that we could have used to save time, it might equate to 10 seconds. I'm not really sure, I haven't done that math. It seems reasonable, though, given how many kill tricks we face. But there's also a lot of like kill tricks mixed with Canadians where you're gonna maybe want to use Gesund anyway. So we're actually done with all the quests we can do for the moment, so we head into mines proper to face Fallout. This map is okay-ish, I believe. It's not the best, but you could definitely do worse. Generally, when you... like, there's 6 maps to choose from for mines, and really, most of them are bad unless you have Gesund, and then they're all okay, and then I believe 1 or 2 stand out. Verilix will definitely correct me if I miscategorize that enough. I don't have all the maps memorized yet, even though I play this game a ton. And even though there's only 6, they all kind of blend together when you are doing an 80% run. And even when you're doing an all missions run, because this is kind of a... you know, we're hopefully not spending too much time in here relative to the rest of the run. We get a nice level up there to keep our TP high without using fluids. Here I'm considering using Gesund to take out multiple at a time. That's probably about as fast as just individually going after the Canadians and the Glitchless, but it saves DP to only cast 2 Gazans. And we'd like to not pipe again until we really, really have to. There, I actually fall for the trap by trying to go for the Hunter Grinder, so we have to use a Soul Atomizer, which is... it's fine. We should have a bunch of Soul Atomizers to spare. The trick to knowing where to go here is to always go in the direction that isn't connected by 2 sets of doors. So on the south side you can see there was a southeast and a southwest door, so we know we just need to go straight here. Here we kind of messed this up. Fortunately, just do another Gazan. Or a giveaway, rather. Picked up a second Gazan level 2 disc, and that is a little bit rare. Unfortunately, it doesn't give us much to get it again. Same idea here, wait for everything to gather up. Definitely losing time compared to what Razan could do. Picked up Resta level 4, and I think I decided to use it because there is a rare chance I would need to use it to heal one of my NPC companions later. Unfortunately I missed a canteen, but that's alright, because we have to cast Gazan again anyway. We have to hit 4 of these pressure plates to open the door, but yeah, ones we're not hitting are actually ones that are trapped, so you just have to kind of know which ones to press unless you use the trap vision. And there I get trapped again. That trap is very easy to avoid, but on the maps, on the quests that share this layout, that trap isn't there, so it's easy to forget. And we sort of have some unlucky targeting there where it looked like we were targeting 2 Canadians, but I think it moved out of range or it just barely wasn't in range, so we weren't super efficient. Fortunately, stand right on top of that canteen ring. Where the, I believe the final enemies, yep, there's the exit to Mine 2. So just compared to our PB, we got a much better Mine 1 map. As we saved 4 minutes 22 seconds. We also might have had some other shenanigans. Actually, I can explain this one. It was probably about the same kind of mine map, but in our PB we had a problem where we didn't hit the forest pillar. So we actually replayed Forest 1 and Forest 2 to hit the pillar in Forest. So most of the time saving was like 3 minutes 45 seconds of that was going back to Forest, and then maybe we had a slightly better map from there. So sometimes getting a PB just means not making a major mistake. Up until this point, I guess you could argue we were a little bit unlucky because of all the red up until now, but here we are now. Let me try to slip past these guys again. It still doesn't work, and Razan would be really nice for dealing with them. Knowing that we're going to have to come back through here anyway, I decide to zap these guys now. So speaking of hitting pillars, the one in mines is on this map is a little hidden because the game wants you to move forward, but you have to actually go backwards to get this one. The traps and the kill tricks are really giving us a hard time about it. Alright, so now we've hit all 3 pillars. There's nothing really more to forget. These kill tricks are just on a mission to not let us pass. At this point it would have been faster just to take them out, but hopefully, like in general, you can just run away from them. The dupe tricks have 300 HP, but I believe they operate like slimes and, well, like slimes do, where they don't account for you having bonus damage on your techniques, so using a simple technique makes sense, especially since fighting dupe tricks is pointless. The only reason you want to hit the dupe tricks is to knock them out of your way. They don't even give that much experience for tagging them. We get a nice 2 sets of 3 right there. And this map's actually kind of nice for not having extra Sinnohs to deal with at the end. It's a little bit faster. There are actually 2 different spawns going on this map, and I'm taking it on faith that dupe tricks are not part of the primary wave. Picked up at something at level 3, but I didn't catch it. Must have not been that important. Yeah, Solar level 3. It's a support technique that gives defense down, but we're not hitting things with weapons. The defense stat doesn't matter. And also, even if you were hitting things with weapons, Solar level 3 is pretty bad. Unfortunately, we froze the kill trick and not the Krons, so if you can freeze the Krons, you can defeat all this very quickly. And it probably would have been a better option to just cast Roberta. Here I think about it, but since if I get hit when I'm at partial HP, that I would very likely go down, I decide to not die. Forgetting that we got escaped all, but still, dying would be slow. If I played that better, I would have used Gazans on the Sinnoh as well, because it's relatively weak to Zond. It would take 3 to take it out. There, it's pretty tricky to hit all 8 twice in a row. I guess I didn't explicitly explain it, but the way Giltrick and Dupetrix work is, as they walk across the room, they may occasionally decide to just stop and pull out their laser gun. Oh. And we just picked up something relatively pretty rare for normal mode. It's a Dragon HP unit, which boosts your HP by 40. And that's a pretty good thing to have. On an 80% run. Again, our HP doesn't really matter on a all missions run. So it can help. Like, more HP means less chance of getting toppled. But it's still, that was a very rare find. Because it drops off of the Dupe Chick, which is not a very common enemy to begin with. That's on purple gnome that it drops off of the Dupe Chick, and it's like 1 in, it's either like 4,000 some or 6,000 some. Here I get a little paranoid that there's a Sinnoh, but I was thinking of a different map. So anyway, we managed to not have to pipe before the end of the map. So we pipe now so that we can fight full opt and then do the next quest without piping again. Take an upgrade for Gafoy. Can't hurt it. Ultimately, it doesn't matter that much. It's like a boost of a few damage, but I don't know if it really changes anything with how much damage we're already doing anyway. If you can get Gafoy level 5, that does make a big difference, because you'll do at least 150 damage, which is a important cutoff number later in the runes, and part of the reason why we're growing our Meg is to be able to hit that number with Gafoy. So unfortunately, we still don't have Razond, so we've been bleeding out more and more time not having that, and this is no exception. Normally you could use Razond to hit full up behind the screens here. Rabarta is still pretty strong though, so it's an acceptable backup option. The way it works is that for this first phase, the only thing you actually need to hit is the core, and you can always hit the core for some reason, even when he's not on screen, with Razond and Rabarta. You can see him taking 180 HP, and let him get away there. If we didn't have Razond or Rabarta, then the other way to do this would be to take out all 6 of the totems that appear around the stage, and you'd use Gazan for that. So in a typical 80% run, you'd be using Gazan because you're not very likely to have Razond or Rabarta. But for phase 2, you always use Gazan. if I was going to choose to heal. Yeah, there we go. We might have actually had enough HP to survive. Anyway, with Gizan level 3, I guess we did pick up Gizan level 3 at some point. That means we are actually doing such high amounts of damage that he doesn't even get a chance to crush us twice. Full Opt, like all the bosses before now, has had 2 hitboxes, more than 2 hitboxes. He has multiple hitboxes, and Gizan hits them all. Since he's actually weak to Zant, he just goes down very fast in phase 2. Here we pick up all the loot around because it's money that we don't necessarily need, but it has a decent chance of being like technique discs that could be high level. So overall, not the most optimal fight, but it wasn't that bad, even though we only had Roberto. So we unlock ruins just by stepping into ruins, but now we're gonna go back and do some missions. First one is the Retired Hunter, and we picked this one for a couple reasons. This one takes you straight into Ruins 3, which has very good drops, potentially. And the other reason is that we get this top-tier companion NPC that will do a lot of the work for us. As you see, we drop our money again. We're setting up another Death Warp. The objective here is this guy is old and he knows it. He's declared that he has 30 minutes to live, and his life's goal was to kill 10,000 monsters. And so he wants to make sure that he makes it. But he's only got 100 more to go. And so on this little adventure together, we're gonna slay 100 monsters and fulfill his life's goal. But first we have to navigate this labyrinth of traps. There we get Gibbardo at level 3, which is absolutely better than Gibbardo level 1, and still will barely have any function in this run, especially since we have Roberto. Donov likes to commentate quite a bit every 10 kills and after certain rooms, so he can get a little obnoxious. Unfortunately, we let that trap fall on us and waste our time. Gives us bump. So that's where we're going to be piping back to. Here I am also deliberately not recovering, which is a little scary when you've got Belras here. Belras can end you whether you're close or whether you're far, so we absolutely don't want to get hit by them. So even though we were missing our techniques there, Donov picked up the slack. He's just incredibly strong. He's got a strong weapon, he's high level. The only risk is if we were to get paralyzed by a Belra, and then we would have some problems. So right now our sub-objective, in order to unlock all of the rooms, is to hit some of those switches to open up some laser gates down the line. There's 3 of them to get. And that one's pretty easy to miss if you don't remember to hit it. Now, I'm intentionally being a little unsafe here, and the Dominions decide to back off of me anyway. That time, it worked out. So, the trap that's going to trigger our Death Warp. Does 40 damage, so we just need to be below 40. Now we just need to say stay from claws, which is usually not an issue. One thing Donov can do to ruin your Death Warp is cast Rest on you randomly. Fortunately, he didn't do that this time. Another thing that can ruin the Death Warp is leveling up after you've set yourself up, such that you're in that room and you need to take a bunch of extra damage, and that can basically negate the time sinks you would have gotten. It actually turns out that if you want claws to hit you, it can be very hard to pull off. Here we check the shop again for Rosand. It's still out there, so we just get some fluids. At this point, going out of our way for Rosand might not be worth it, but there's enough stuff that Rosand is good on that I think it's still probably okay. So, all in all, if you don't do the shopping trip, the Death Warp saves you about 20 seconds. But in this case, we just use it to get a free shopping trip, essentially. And since we're high on fluids, after shopping now, we don't have to worry about it at all on the next quest. And the reason why we had to do that Death Warp, I guess I wasn't extremely clear, is we actually touched a switch just like one of these, where it's a set of 4, but the one is, in that case, was on the complete opposite side of the room, but we were able to press it right before the trap exploded on us, and it counts. As long as you start the pressing animation, it doesn't really matter if you get hit after that. So here we're just staying along the edge to dodge all the obstacles. And it's important that we also clear a path for Donov, otherwise he can get a little confused. Earlier we took off our barrier because we were trying to take damage and not block it. Now we're only just now remembered to put it on. And all of these switches are trapped, but some of them are only poison traps. Here, I forget to back off a little bit so I get smacked by that trap as well. But these traps that are just poison, Donov will just heal for us. What I just said was very dangerous because Donov almost got hugged, and if the Belra hugs him, there's a chance he can get paralyzed. And at this point, that would be... I would probably pipe back to Painted 2 to fix that. It'd be very borderline, because this quest still has a few rooms to go. And the more he's can help out, the better, but it would still be a major time loss, whether I decided to go it alone or not, but they will not heal their own paralysis. They don't carry anti-paralysis items with them. If you got anti-level 2, you could cure it yourself, but we've only seen anti-level 1, I believe. So Refoy shows its usefulness. It's actually not as important here as it in this quest overall as it is in Ruins in general. But as you saw, it can two-shot these Daemonians, which are your basic enemies. This quest has a lot of things that are not weak to fire though, so we've been using other things. And in the case of Claws, if it's going to take 2 Refoys to finish them off, you might as well use 2 Gifoys, because it's cheaper, and Claws tend to have obnoxious invincibility frames, and they tend to be spread out in such a way that they'll those in on you. But once we can do 150 damage, then we can one-shot claws. We wouldn't expect to be that high right now unless we had found some like Angel Mind units, like a General Mind and Angel Mind, and then been really on top of feeding our Meg. So we were able to go through all the barriers there because we unlocked them all. If you forget one, it's a lot of backtracking. Now I decide to equip the Dragon HP again because we're not trying to do any sort of Death Warp. And so, in theory, if we get hit by certain enemies now, we might not get toppled over because it takes damage that exceeds 25% of your HP to topple you. If I'm not mistaken, it's either greater than 25% or 25% or more. But either way, if you have more total HP, you're less likely to be toppled. These claws can be a little bit obnoxious to corral because they're so spread out, you can't really get them with just one set of attacks. As you see, Donoff's getting pretty chatty about how many things we've slain. And every time that happens, it interrupts what you're currently doing. So if you're trying to cast a technique, you'll have to press A instead to clear his text. That Foy just barely didn't reach the first time. I try using Rabarda on these to freeze them, which allows you to not only make them stay in place, but allows Donoff to just finish them off in one swing. Otherwise, if you got multiple on screen, Refoy is definitely the way to go. And evade material is kind of nifty. It doesn't matter that much, but might as well use it. If we saves us from getting toppled once, it's worth it. One evade mat is probably worth about like a 0.2% chance of blocking. And that's, I guess it's additive, so it's, you already have a base chance of blocking, and this is adding to that chance. Here we fizzle our Refoy because we aren't actually targeting anything. One more, and finally. So when the quest ends, you're forced to walk back to the beginning of the run, so you miss out on a lot of loot boxes that are in those rooms over there, and you can decide to go back and get them, but that's really slow. Anyway, Donoff, having fulfilled his life goal, turns into white mist. I'm sure he's fine. And we pick up the escape lab we dropped, just, we didn't want to have that when doing the death work, but still want it. So that's Retired Hunter. Alright, now it's time for a bit of a shorter quest, and a little bit of a breather. Doc's Secret Plan, which in our PB clocked in at 6 minutes 45 seconds, so it's just slightly over half as long as the last quest. And we do this now mostly because we didn't have any opportunities to shop after the last quest, so we're dealing with some limited resources. Since we bought some trifluids before, though, we should be fine. We just don't want to eat into those yet if we can avoid it. If we didn't get a chance to get trifluids, that could get a little sketchy, but usually as long as we play well, there's no reason to worry about running out. But we cut it pretty close. Trifluids are the lifeline, but we want to save those for the end if we can. Similar to native research, we've got some areas to go in the ruins to pick up some test data and slay monsters to get it. Here we've got Eleanor helping us out, and she actually is extremely good. Here we get ourselves caught trying to escape from the center here, we weren't standing in a good spot. Eleanor's equipping a red Scorpio, a photon launcher, which can't hit multiple targets in a line. And generally, she's high enough level. I don't even know if I've ever really seen her miss, so she's very good. Does a lot of damage and generally can take things out on her own even if you don't support her that well. So there's 3 areas we need to get, and we've just cleared the first one. Similar to Retired Hunter, there's a 4-switch gate, or 4-switch door up on the other side, but it is just faster to turn around after hitting the first switch and walking to the other side. You could also take a left, but you'd have to fight some additional mobs to get through to the other side, and that would eventually warp you out up ahead here. But it's about 20 to 30 seconds slower just to do that, so we just walk around. Shoutouts to the strange-looking door on the right side that we never actually put eyes on, but it's one of the only times I think that you see a 1-switch door in Ruins in the games that in the quests that are built into the game. So not having Rosant, we still have to do sort of slow techniques to kill Belra, but Eleanor rounds out her damage, so it doesn't take too long. And here we're already at the second test area. Do a giveaway to make sure that it connects with both before the bell claws hit us. Unfortunately, we're not able to kill the sorcerers on our own before they disappear. If you destroy the bee on their right side or on your left, while it's about to attack, they'll kind of despawn and run away. But Eleanor was hitting the sorcerer head on, so we were able to finish it off without it running away. And hey, we're already at the end. So that's an example of the sorcerer running away. You need to time your recoil like very perfectly to avoid that, or you just need to one-shot it. Since we did shop during a Retired Hunter trying to get techniques, we actually have more fluids than we actually need. But that's still not a typical thing for this run. But it means we can play this fast without being too careful about how we use our TV. And these are the final 2 bell runs. Somehow we lose target of the first bell. We were dealing with our inventory being kind of full because we weren't able to sell it off, but now we can sell everything from both quests, and we got an extra mind level on our mag. Pick up a few extra tri-fluids because we're pretty rich. And apparently decided we want even one more. I mean, as long as we stay above 5,000 Macedo at any given time, we'll be in pretty good shape because we can always refill 10 dye fluids of 5,000 Macedo. And the quest reward will give us even more after this. So we're turning in the data to Dr. Montague. We'll see more of him later. I know you might think he looks similar to us, but trust me, he's yellow bows, we're purple now. It's very different. Alright, so here's a quest where we really would have liked to have Rosand. Maybe the last time I'll say that, but we'll make do without it, because we're going back to the mines for this quest. This is Mom, and he was the quest giver back in Dr. Asu's research. And now that he's looked over that data, he wants to go and see it for himself. A lot of people just love getting involved in the field. You can really encourage their pursuit of science. So, like Dr. Asu's research, we'll have this map layout, and we'll have to do what we can, given that we can't one-shot these guys. As you see, Mom will take little pot shots at the gill chicks, and that can make it hard to deal with, one-shotting them if you did have Rosand. And it can make it hard to hit them all even with Gizant, but in this case, since we have Gizant level 3, it's actually not that bad for him to be poking things, because since I can't one-shot things, it just happens that his lock-on will finish off anything for me. So as long as he doesn't do something to knock something out of my range, he can actually help speed things up a little bit. But no, most of the time he's a nuisance, because he would have Rosand, and he'd be pushing things out of Rosand range. Here he's got an opportunity to show his worth by hitting the duplicate on top. Even if it's only 26 damage, it kind of adds up. This room's pretty tricky because there's a good mix of things you can one-shot with Gizant and one things you can one-shot with Rosand, but neither technique is very easy to get everything at once with. Here, Gifoys still take out Sinnohs pretty well. That technique will actually hit. Like, when Sinnohs are on the ceiling, they can start taking damage well before they hit the ground. And Gifoy will hit things once if something's in their range, even if the fire's, like, already outside of where they're physically standing. Try to squeeze in monofluid recovery, because it's cheaper. But we have Difluids equipped on the pallet if we ever need to get a lot of TP in a bind. Here we failed so hard at hitting that Canteen that Mom actually was able to solo hit. Found a Brain Barrier though, which I think we're at the minimum level, or maybe one above what you need to be able to use it. But extra defense and evasion is nice, because again, if you can avoid getting toppled, you can save a lot of time when you make a mistake. Find Giveaway level 3, that will not really change anything in this run. If you get Giveaway level 5, you can one-shot Claws and avoid the need to have high mental strength on Giveaway level 1. But you can't find that disc until later in Ruins. Here's an example of Mom finishing off a kill chick, and he was able to squeeze by the other one, so he didn't have to finish it off. We just were able to keep running. So this time it's very important we open up that door, but we don't go through it yet, because that's, if you remember from last time, that's the layout where the, like the data was, but to actually get over there we need to unlock the little laser fence that has the switch on our left right now. take a critical from Sinnoh, so we get toppled. But hey, we find an HP of 0, so we're even more tanky than before. This room was even trickier than the last one, with the mix of enemies to hit everything at once. We got so much HP though that Glitchless don't topple us, it actually takes quite a lot of defense, or damage reduction, or HP to make that happen. It looked like it was doing just under 25% of our HP. So yeah, unlocking this laser fence lets us go through on this side, and then it also lets us go through over here. So he'll go check out the computer now. He's actually looking for what we know as de relay. And he says, well, I guess it's not here, let's go explore further. So now this is why it was important to unlock this door, because now we come back through here, and now this door is open to allow us to go to mines. For the next part now, we're in Mines 1. So it's kind of a weird quest where you go backwards through the stages. That time, Moom actually didn't interfere. Yeah, I can't stress how hard it is to actually line up that Gazan to hit the second time. Especially when Moom knocks one of them out of range. So, overall, not too bad. Now we do have Zon level 2 able to finish off anything that is significantly out of range. Here it looks like I lost track of one of them, so I thought there was one fewer enemy than there actually was, and I probably should have been using Gazand. There we do some tag teamwork. There, I tried to go for both and I ended up getting neither. You can always know whether you'll miss, whether you hear the little targeting reticle lock on, but sometimes you kind of assume it will, and it never actually happens. Now in this variation we have to clear out all the enemies at the beginning. Fortunately that one was off annoyingly on the side. Gotta hope Moom will take care of this guy for us. He doesn't, so we have to turn around. Nice arc on that Gazand. Good teamwork, Moom. Hopefully the Candians will kind of fall into our range as we go for the kill tricks. Now we're even kicking Diamates, we've picked up somebody. be nice if you could get your NPC partners to step on switches for you, but they only know how to follow. That guild trick I left behind. Sometimes I overestimate Mum's ability to hit things and my ability to track things, I guess. That's one case where Mom was actually hitting things out of range when we probably had it in range before. A couple of Sinnohs appearing behind us, but we're on top of it, except for the part where we were too far away for that giveaway to hit. At least one of them. I don't know if it was probably the first one that missed. So we're at the end of Mines 1, and the backwards progression continues. So we go to the previous stage, which is Day Relay itself. So we do have some shopping now to make sure we'll be set for the next quest, because after fighting Day Relay, you'll be taken through the main teleporter, and you won't get a chance to walk by the shop. Still don't get Razan from the shop, unfortunately. So we set up our palette to work nicely for Day Relay. We almost put Giveaway on when we had Refoy. Refoy would always be the better option. Although you could argue Giveaway could be used in a circumstance where you wouldn't be able to target with Refoy, so we might see it once. So in the... I don't know if it was in V2, but in the original version of this game at least, you would have to keep him alive while he did this boss fight. That was pretty annoying, because NPCs just don't interact very well to begin with. And Day Relay is definitely the kind of boss that you have to watch out for his attacks and avoid them ahead of time, which Mob doesn't know how to do. So as you can see, Refoy and Giveaway do similar amounts of damage, but Giveaway is much faster. Sorry, Refoy is much faster. And yeah, we use Giveaway to lead in when we're not able to target Refoy at the time. So we're able to beat him in one cycle. That's how far we've come. It's a shame we couldn't have Refoy the first time we fought him, because it ends up being at least 30 seconds faster, typically. So you know you have a very unlucky run if you don't have Refoy at this point, because then you have to have eaten slow Day Relay twice. So anyway, we found what Mom was looking for, and we already knew it was an ugly snake, and he agrees he wants nothing to do with it, so our job is done. Most of the time lost, you could argue, was from Razan, and we also had some cases where we lost track of monsters, but there's so much opportunity to one-shot things that if you have to two-shot them, it really adds up. now we're doing Seek My Master. This is, again, a similar premise to lots of other quests. There's someone who went down to Rigol, and we're gonna find them. This is apparently a older android model that still, was, like, apparently programmed to be like a family servant. So it's like the opposite of the Graves Butler, where instead of the family looking for the butler, she's the butler looking for her family. There we get a good taste of how annoying claws are, that even if you use your big area spells, that sometimes claws will have invincibility frames and just not get hit. This is also the point where we'd really have liked to have enough mental strength to do 150 damage with Refoy, so that one claws would be one shot, because from this point on there's a lot of them. But 2 Giveaways we'll have to do in the meantime. It's not clear why they added this little apparatus into this room, because on the map that they're copying off of, you can just open up the door by unlocking without going across the room and hitting these switches and then having these laser fences in the way. And now, it's time for a cutscene. And not one that's very fast to skip through, because a lot of it is walking. And waiting. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. So apparently, Sheena was down here before, but she was ordered to go back to Pioneer 2. And she did, but now she's coming back here again. So this was just a cutscene explaining that. Every now and then, after a cutscene ends, Sheena will say thank you very much, for reasons I have no idea. We might see that later. These stealth sabers are a little tricky, but with Robarda they go down pretty easily. Claws are also partially weak to ice. Oh, and speaking of claws, we found Refoy level 3, which means now our target mental strength of 227 is totally irrelevant. We can now one-shot claws no problem. So, at this point, feeding our Meg is probably not all that useful anymore, but there might be cases where we could still benefit from extra damage, but in the first place, I think all of the critical thresholds have been met to go from like 3 casts to 2 or 2 casts to 1. Still, if we boost our damage, we could theoretically make the falls fight faster, because that's the only thing that has a ton of HP remaining. But I would only want to do that if I wouldn't be taking any time being distracted to feed my mag. Normally in those waves you can go up and you want to hit the Belras and Dimonians all at once with Razand, or even Gazand if that's all you have. But if you do that with Sheena, Sheena will get caught on the Dimonians and they won't follow you. Here we know where the traps are and walk around them. I learned the other day that Guam is the name of those traps. Don't know if where that came from. I don't think it's ever referenced in this game, but it's referenced in episode 3, which is the strategy RPG / card game that came after this game. But it was called Episode 3. And hey, the theme of NPCs getting caught on geometry continues. There we were able to take out both bees without having them get scared away, although we can one-shot the bees anyway now. So unfortunately there's a second tail saber over there that was too far away to aggro, and we're wasting time here waiting for it. Although those tail sabers can be tricky, if you spawn both of them at once, one of them might end up jumping you and making you waste time anyway. Anyway, we're about a little over halfway through the quest. We will finish in ruins too. All Shino said before is that definitely Soke was not on the first floor, so hopefully we get confirmation that we're not wasting our time here. A little bit of an unfortunate dive fluid usage there to level up right after, but it's fine. It's not an earthquake. You gotta believe her. Even though I'm so rich, I'll still habitually go after any green boxes I see. You know, you never know if it could be like a Grants Level 1 disc, or even a Grants Level 2 disc. If you get Grants as an offensive technique, Dark Gunners, Belras, and Dark Falls all become much easier to deal with. Well, Gunners you probably would still use Refoy to clear out, but single Gunners would definitely be easier to do with Grants. You got a glimpse of Claw's obnoxious invincibility there. Sometimes you can be targeting them after they take a hit, though they'll just suddenly become invincible without really any visual indication other than your targeting reticule disappearing. Hey, we found Barda level 5. Since we already have Rabarda, it's not going to be that useful, but if you do have a single target to hit with it, it's very good and more DPS than a single Rabarda. Rather, you could cast 2 to 3 Bardas for every 1 to 2 Rabardas, and the damage ends up being slightly higher on the Barda, starting around level 4. And similarly find Foy level 6, which will be useful on things like Chaos Bringers. In these rooms, it's been important to have Shino stand as close to the center of the room as possible, so that she doesn't waste time walking there in the cutscene. Find another Giveaway level 3 disc. Yeah, hey, we found Zoki, and just like Oh, we also saw Bernie back there. It seems like they're both really tired after such a long run. So they're taking a nap. So yeah, that's a great example of being able to one-shot claws being really fast. Because 2 giveaways takes like an extra 2 seconds on top of that. And when you're so close to the claws like that, they might end up picking you and running away, which should add even more time. These gunners can be kind of annoying to deal with, because they'll scatter after getting hit once. You've got an option for how to deal with this wave. You can choose to do Roberta or Foy. So I marked off that I got Foy level 6, but I don't think I actually used the technique disc yet. I should have been doing about 100 damage. So hey, Suki, well, we woke him up from his nap, but he said, go home. Shino says no, so they're just gonna go stay here. I'm sure it's fine. Everyone can go take a nap in the ravens together. Also, we got, like, Zoke's swords for some reason, but they don't do anything for us. They're not actual weapons in our inventory. Still nothing great in the shop. Getting like a 2-slot frame is pretty easy to see eventually in any given run, but something greater like a 3-slot frame, even if you're playing on Redria, is relatively rare. Well, overall, we did that quest pretty well. We're, losing little bits of time here and there, but we're still a minute ahead. Now it's time for Soul of Steel. And Soul of Steel is, as you can see by the splits, one of the longer quests, and it's not a lot of combat. There's a lot of tech smashing like this. So it's one of the most plot-heavy quests in this game. Ultimately, Montague, who is the creator of Eleanor, also is the creator of her sister named Ult. And now Ult is the one that's missing, and we have to go find her. Also, Eleanor's got this weird thing that she wants to give us for no reason that she can explain, but it's important. She doesn't really know why she's giving it to us. Anyway, there's lots of filler text. Anyway, we start our search in Mine 2. First thing up will be a Garance, which, if you time it right, you can freeze instantly. Fortunately, Montague and Eleanor are very competent and can take out enemies very quickly. So, 3 or 4 sets of guild checks will spawn on each side here. So if we had Razand, we could be one-shotting them, but as long as we can hit them consistently, it's not that hard to deal with. Alright, it's 3 waves, see? Even I wasn't sure in-game. Alright. We're not gonna fight this guy, we're gonna trick him. But we want to get past him. Montague blinks over here. And he has a plan. Also, Montague likes to giggle and laugh and chuckle and all that. He dropped a hee-hee right there. We'll try to pick up his other little guffaws later. Alright, once we go in, there's no turning back. Although actually if you die and have to re-enter the stage, it just sets you back at the beginning. Tailpipes don't really work here. So we do navigate through that little trap obstacle course. If we stay on the left side of that hallway, we can avoid a trap that would topple us even in spite of our extra HP right now. Suspicious circle on the ground, and out of it appears an android. And it is, in fact, Alt, so we have to follow her. Don't lose sight. Now the trick is, we can't actually let her out of her sight, we just can't let her get too far from us. And so that includes getting too far ahead of her. So we do some intentional waits. But otherwise, this is mostly an auto-scroller. Fortunately, it's not a very long one. But yeah, either way, you have to wait for Alt to walk through the door, so that's why it doesn't matter too much. Dodge some more foy traps here. Familiar pattern of unlocking the purple laser fence. Dodge some fireballs. This pillar right here, though, I find it easier to kick it. You can technically dodge it on the second, when it casts its second fireball, but I haven't found a good way to do it consistently. So here, we're implementing a stealth game into PSO, and you'll see it's not very well implemented. These androids that you're trying to sneak by are very blind. As you see, we just walk right in front of that one, and right in front of this one as well. No problem. But actually, we are cutting it sort of close. This last section is pretty easy. Anyway, so for whatever reason, Alt doesn't feel like coming with us. We've been chasing her, but she feels like she's being called down into the depths. Montague and Eleanor go on ahead, and apparently we just zone out and find ourselves here. Uh-oh. We've been caught by the people that told us not to go down here. And actually, the reason why they do this is to have this fight, but since the game only supports having 4 player characters, including non-player characters on the screen at once, they get rid of Eleanor and Montague to bring these guys in. Fortunately, Ravarda takes out each of these guys at once. And the guild trick apparently hit that guy enough, so Gizan was able to finish that last android. Also, they mix in monsters for some reason. Just a kind of a weird fight overall. It also, like you saw earlier, the NPC was getting like the Gilchik was just punching him over and over again. He was trying to run through him, and he got kind of stuck. So for the next 5 minutes or so, we're going to have this annoying alarm to deal with. But since we're in a speedrun, we're already incentivized to go fast to shut this off. Heh. That was the next unique laugh from Montague. Double tapped our dive load key there. A little bit of a mistake. So Montague and Eleanor are generally just very high single target damage. I don't know if Montague will use any area attacks. He might use a giveaway occasionally, but it's not like NPCs generally only do if they feel surrounded. So we break these obstacles ahead of time, and they just take 6 hits from anything, so the easiest way we can do 6 hits would be to either if we had a handgun, that might probably be faster. But kicking is our next best bet. To be honest, I don't even know if we could equip a handgun at this point. It's possible. Might be something I have to check out for next time. There are brave barriers showing us power. That was something we probably should have quintupled for. It was a sloppy mistake, but the brave barrier saved us. Alright, so Chaos Bringers. Kind of showed this before, but you stay on their left or on your right side of them, where their shield is. There's a big blind spot where they're not able to hit you, so I always try to maneuver into that blind spot. So it's very important not to hit that switch just yet. 1, because it's annoying, but 2, because it has a timed reset on it. We wait. There is another wave. And even though the room's over, we still want to hit these switches first. If you don't do that, you'll have a bad time. This timed reset gives you pretty much exactly as much time as you need to get through, assuming that you already unlocked that door. You don't waste any time fighting these guys. I could probably give myself a little bit more time if I take a diagonal path there, but then my NPCs are more likely to get caught on the monsters. Here they're able to make it through. If they don't, well, we can deal with it. But it gets a little bit awkward finishing off these monsters later. As you see, only about 1 or 2 seconds after we cross the finish line, the gate closes. This is kind of an awkward situation because we don't have anything particularly great to fight soda minions. At a distance, but our regulars on still pays off. Oh, also, as you can see, laser fences never stopped NPCs. Ha ha ha. Oh, also, that was the last of the combat for this mission. Now it's cutscenes and chasing gold some more. So, I don't remember exactly, but Works is like some sort of like military or paramilitary organization that, and they have some interests that are kind of shady / unofficial. There's some weird power struggles going on, both in Pioneer 1 and Pioneer 2, and even on the original Pioneer 1 expedition. And some of the stuff that goes down is related to how there's like some conspiracy that was kind of hidden from the people of Pioneer 2. But they were trying to use ult to house some sort of great power, and shocker, they weren't able to control it, so ult's kind of bursting with energy and destroying lots of stuff in the process. And no one even really comments too much about how weird it is that she can just teleport. But in this last phase we just need to find her once and then she'll teleport over here, and if we find her one more time and the quest will be over. So she's about to explode again, and we do our best Ellie impression and try to get it back up. Now if you play this game like casually, you can actually do this quest to get like a better ending, and it involves like moving to other places of the quest at certain times to have the mag that Eleanor gave you at the start of the quest move and evolve, and it will cause, if you do it all completely, you can get a better ending with a better epilogue. But we're not interested in that. It takes too much time. So at the end, we make it out by the skin of our teeth. Our quest givers are nowhere to be seen, but they left us a letter. We don't need to read it though. Now we have the last quest in episode 1, From the Depths. And as you would expect, we'll be going straight back to the ruins. This one's a bit of a long one, but unlike the last one, there's only a little bit of cutscenes, not a lot of text to mash through, just a lot of things to kill. And as you see, we drop our Meseta again, we've got a death warp to do eventually. Here are the premises. There are some missing hunters that have investigated the ruins. Turns out a lot of people go missing down on the planet, and these dangerous ruins are no exception. We get a little cutscene between this human and this android. They're also exploring the ruins. It's not really clear what they're up to. We'll catch up with them soon enough. In the meantime, we can breeze through a few claws. Deal with this mix of enemies where 2 Refoys will take out the Demonians if we could hit both of them, but unfortunately we miss one of them. And then 2 Rebaras takes out the La Demonians, the pink ones. It's really more of a magenta, I suppose. We get hit by a Guam trap there, but the cutscene saves us from actually taking damage. Anyway, those hunters we were following are in a bit of trouble. Let's go help them out. But they started emitting white mist, so we kind of freak out and started screaming a little bit, and they're gone. Well, that was pretty weird. And all this shaking, which is probably not an earthquake if Sheena was right about it. Here's some more hunters that are acting kind of weird, and they're also emitting white mist. It's very creepy. And they're gone. Here, I think I discovered for the first time I actually can do enough damage with my level of Gifoy and Refoy to be able to finish things off with the Gifoy and Refoy, which is useful for saving TP and also useful in a situation where you might not be able to hit everything with one Refoy until they get a little bit closer. This wave is a bit tricky because the common weakness is ice, but I choose to take out the soda minions first. Unfortunately, I wasn't hitting all of them at once. What I just did there was a little dangerous. If you aren't at full HP, the soda minion crit can do quite a lot of damage. Given our HP boost, we probably would have been fine, but in retrospect I was not proud of that move. Those little poison mounds get in your way, and they will poison you, obviously. And we actually have plenty of ways to cure ourselves of poison, but it's still easier to just kick them down and move through. Sometimes you can move around them, but you can get loot from them, so I don't mind taking a little bit of time to get them. Here's another confused soul, and they're also emitting white mist, so they're probably going to disappear too, right? We seem to be having a communication problem. Whoa, whoa. She slapped me with her staff, so I let her go take a nap. There, I probably should have led with the Refoy and saved the Reborn for last. Getting slapped by the Dominion is totally unnecessary. There, I cast my Refoy a little too soon, so it will fizzle if it doesn't have an active target. That is one disadvantage of Refoy compared to lots of other techniques. Other techniques will just shoot off if they have nothing to lock onto, but a Refoy requires something to be locked onto. Unfortunately, we have to just use regular foil, which is still pretty powerful because it's at level 6. But we're at no risk. We get Gifoy level 4, so now we really will be tearing things up with the Gifoy-Refoy combo. Here there's a little bit of an interface screw as it tries to have you get hit by traps. Because you can't, like, you can still move, but you can't use your menu or anything while doing this. Fortunately, it wasn't that disruptive. Alright, that was our last Tri-Fluid. So it's a good thing we bought those Tri-Fluids before. The spread on those enemies there was very nice. We weren't even sure that we would be able to get to the door in time for it to open. take a little bit of a wide stance here because there is a trap that will fall on us if we get too close. Made it through the first part, on to Ruins 3, which the quest now takes kind of a different kind of tone because we'll be getting a companion NPC. And in the distance there is Ash, and if he looks familiar, there's a reason for that. He is who we saw in the very first quest in the game where we were trying to rescue him because he got himself hurt in the forest. Fortunately, he shows that he's not such a pushover anymore. And we get yet another HP material, bringing our total to plus 44. Totally unnecessary, but totally awesome. So Ash is like the first normal person we find too, which is great, because it was sick of everyone just turning into White Mist. And as you can see, he wields this stake cutlery, the double saber, and it's very powerful. So we are still setting up for a death warp though, and I decide not to actually use my HP material yet, and I also take off my Dragon HP so that we'll make sure we'll be at low enough HP to not waste time if possible. Now we're doing so much damage with Rough-Foy and Regular Foy that it looks like Rough-Foy and Regular Foy is enough to finish the Demony, which is very convenient. Normally you wouldn't get such a high level of all three of the fire techniques, but as always in this run, it's about adapting to what you have and making the most of it. So we use our first Tri-Fluid there. Once we perform the Death Warp, we'll get a chance to do some chopping. Zom's level 7 drops here, and its main use will be against the final boss. If you've encountered like a single Dark Belro, it could be useful against that, and maybe like single Dark Gunners. So now to actually set up the Death Warp, we lay down this Telepipe. Somehow Ash got himself poisoned. I guess we never destroyed that poison trap before. It's not really a huge deal. We live that last Gazant. Here we pick up Brista level 6, and it's not likely we'll actually use it. So there you see a rare instance of an NPC using an attack combo. Normally they just swing once and back off, but if just like I will occasionally use very powerful techniques. If they feel like monsters aren't going down fast enough in front of them, they will actually combo into a second hit. Here we normally want to gingerly step on that pressure plate and then back off, and we just kind of failed. But if you just cut to the side like that, it's not a big deal. So we poison ourselves intentionally for the Death Warp. But it is a little bit scary because before we can actually take a death that we want to take, we have to fight these monsters. Fortunately, we can hide behind this Belro. Here Ash has got to catch up a little bit. So it was a little scary. If you mess up your timing and you like kill the Belra, the Dominion would have the potential to just walk right through you. Rather walk right through the Belra and hit you. So we have just another little switch to unlock a laser fence. We can't actually touch it until that earthquake stops. But in this room are a bunch of bomb traps. So now we don't have to walk all the way back. And we can also take care of our lack of dye fluids at the same time. As you see, we've racked up now 28,000 Macedo, so if tri-fluids are in the shop, we can definitely afford a few more. And hey, look at that, finally in the shop, horizontal level 1. Second guess that we bought in recovery, that's fine. So we filled out our all of our offensive techniques, at least the ones we're likely to ever see. There's also Grants, which doesn't show up on the tracker because it's pretty rare, but Grants is also a pretty good technique, but you'd probably see it once out of every 8 to 10 runs, I would say. Here, if we hang along the wall, we can avoid spawning any monsters. If you just go straight to it, that sorcerer and those demonians will spawn, and you have to wiggle around them. But if you wait to go to the center of the room until you're on your way out, it's easy to avoid them. So now back at this hub room, we have one more path to take. And it is 4 gunners, and they are relatively spread out. It's not our favorite thing to deal with, but if we, with our very high level techniques of Foy, it's actually not that bad, because it only takes 1 Rabarta and 2 Foys to finish him. And Dash can also do damage, as long as they're not invincible. The way they work is, when they're not moving, they're generally invulnerable to all physical damage. So here we find some little strange monument, and we decide to turn it off, which works kind of weirdly. So we get monument data, and we have to wait for that machine to stop before we fight back. Otherwise, apparently that can cause problems, and we wouldn't want to soft lock our game or anything like that. So ultimately we've, exhausted our search for hunters. We haven't really found much, so we're gonna report on this with this monument data that we've got. Ash says, can you go on ahead? He's gonna go check something else out, but we'll just let him do his thing. It's no big deal. And hey, we apparently saved 20 seconds in that quest, which can probably be attributed to having all the techniques at a very high level and not making too many mistakes, so that's pretty awesome. So the remainder of the game now is just to go through normal ruins and beat the final boss, Dark Falls. the maps we'll see here are likely similar to ones we've already seen in the quests, and no surprises at this point that there's a lot of copy-paste in this game. But now we're at a pace where we can just kind of breeze through everything, because we've collected so much stuff, and we can deal with waves so much easier than we could the first time we went into Ruins. Here I forget that I can do the giveaway Refoy combo. That would have saved me time for sure. So this is the room I was talking about before that was in Seek My Master, that they've got those boxes off to the side, and you can go get them if you want, but if you want to just go to the door, you don't have to go out of your way so much in the normal map. So let's talk about all the monsters, just because we haven't gone into a lot of detail about these guys. The Dominions are obviously just like your standard Goombas, except they're flavored for the Ruins. And again, I kind of forget giveaway's the thing there. The Del Saber tends to aggressively pursue whatever it targets, which in a solo play is always going to be you, but if they manage to get confused, you can actually retarget them to another monster, and even when their confusion is over, they'll not let up. Unfortunately, it's very hard to confuse anything as a force, because it would involve leading a enemy into a confused trap. Not very likely to happen, and not many opportunities to have it happen. Chaos Sorcerer generally will cast Refoy if you give it enough time to, and then on its second attack it will do a Gibardo, and then on its third phase it will do Resta. So you kind of want to deal with it as fast as possible so you don't get hit by any of that, or you don't let it get a chance to recover. The Dark Belros we've seen are obviously big lumbering giants, and if you get too close to them in front of them, they'll give you a nice big hug that can cause paralysis, which would actually be not that bad for us because we carry recovery, but it's really bad for NPCs that are unable to cure their own paralysis. Also, if you stand far enough away from a Dark Belro, eventually they'll just rocket their arm right at you. And a crit from that can actually end a low HP for us. We would probably be fine from that, given our Dragon HP. But we kill things so fast now, it's not even a concern. We won't even see it. So here's the power of Razond, finally, that we can stun barrels, do huge damage to finish them at only 3 hits, and also do decent damage to the Dominions in the meantime. These, giant claws, the bull claws, will chomp on you a couple times, and if you let them chomp on you twice, they'll split apart into 4 more claws, plus their little claw. Generally, I very much just like claws, and we don't see any more than we absolutely need to. Especially since, as we've seen before, claws have very weird invincibility patterns. And they tend to do a hit-and-run tactic. If a claw pecks you, it will then turn around and flee to the other side, which can disrupt clearing them all at once. Here we've got 2 sorceresses at once, but it really doesn't matter, because we can just 2-shot them. So compared to last time we were here and Seek My Master, we can hopefully do this room a little bit better. And to have the enemies too staggered apart from each other. This time it is easier with Resond to do enough damage. This time we do Swan both Gel Sabers at once. Kind of make it a little weird there, but it works out. It's a little scary with the camera getting. The camera in this game can go behind walls sometimes, and makes it hard to tell if you'll be able to avoid a hit or not. So the map we just played actually is really good, so compared to our PP we save a lot of time, and again, we've got such great techniques, we're getting golds. And this next map is, I believe, the best map for Runes. Runes 2. So we're just getting incredibly lucky at the end here. So whether you PB or not at this point kind of is determined by whether you get a map that saves you a minute or loses you 2 minutes. And our objective is to really not pipe until the very end, if we can avoid it. And that's the other advantage of having all these trifluids, is we'll be able to stay a little bit longer before piping. Because every trifluid fully recovers your TP, which means it's worth about like 1 3/4 diafluids. So I think we stocked up. We had like at least 5, maybe 6, and we used a couple. Obviously, shorter maps will make it easier to get to the finish line faster without exhausting your resources. So we did get hit by a slow trap there, and slow has a very peculiar property in this game of not affecting spellcasting in any way. Otherwise, it not only slows your movement, it also slows your animations. Here I've got to deal with some gunners and just hope that they spread in a nice way. Unfortunately, they were spread out very much there, and then 2 of them at least gathered up. The way gunners work is there is the one that gets the red gem in the center is called the Death Gunner, and it's kind of the leader. The Death Gunner, the leader, doesn't get any particular bonuses, but if you hit it, all the other gunners will become stunned when they're trying to attack. Otherwise, they just shoot annoying beams at you. But those beams can also hit other monsters. So as long as you have a good way of dealing with them, they're not too bad. But if you're playing like a hunter or a ranger, they're the worst because of their invincibility to physical attacks when they're not attacking. Here we can ignore the rest of those minions because they actually count as 2 waves, and the primary wave is determined only by... is really only the Chaos Bringer and then the stuff that comes after it. We found a 3rd HP material, so we have a absolutely incredible 46 HP boost. Given all of the Dominion flavors are weak to a different element, it can be kind of tricky to understand the best way to optimally deal with them. Because whatever element you pick, one of them will be completely resistant to them. Rhubarb is probably a good first choice though, because it has the ability to freeze anything, and resistance doesn't really play a huge role into whether something gets frozen or not. Whereas Horizon can shock things, but only if they're machines. And Revoy doesn't inflict any status effects whatsoever. Here there are some gunners in the background, but we don't actually need to worry about them, I believe. It's not a problem if we do hit him, though. So you have to kind of listen to them shooting their beam to step aside. The Revoy might have been unnecessary. I might have thought I needed to use it to finish the bringers up, but we've been hitting them in 5 with only Voy this whole time. And yeah, if you thought that was a short map, you would be right. That's another gold. For the final map, we get not the best map, but a pretty good map. The 9 minutes of Repeebia was, if I recall correctly, not the greatest thing. There we pick up anti-level 2, which is a very useful technique earlier in the run. It's a failsafe against your NPCs getting paralyzed, because anti-level 2 actually allows you to cure other players' paralysis. Your only other option if your NPC did get paralyzed would be to either die or some other way get them to the med bay on Pioneer 2, which is just a giant waste of time. You never want to be in that position. And again, the dividends of having high-level Refoy really matter a lot, because every single time you'd have to cast 2 to when you could get away with 1 in other runs. It's just adding more and more time. Here I kind of forget that I have Zon 7. That might actually be my best, most economical option for dealing with these, because it has a longer range than Gazond. Out in front anyway. And it costs way less. And one thing I didn't mention about bringers before is when you hit them enough, they'll turn red and they'll start charging that attack, and that attack will actually drain your TP. Suffice to say, it's not great as a force to have that happen to you. It's actually a percentage of your TP it takes, so it's also the worst if you get a situation where you've got you just use dye fluid and then you get drained, because you lose even more TP. Starting to eat into our trifluids again, but we're almost near the end, so we're in great shape. I was trying to aim for the center Dominion. It ended up not mattering. There, I don't quite get the position correctly. Here, our HP boost actually did save us from getting toppled. Like, without that Dragon HP, getting hit by that Demonator would have knocked us over. Well, we pipe now. I guess maybe we did use our last Trifluid. I wasn't watching just now, but we can't beat the final boss without a bit more TP than just the Trifluids we came in with. Yeah, so this is a bit of time to shop us any near the end. So we won't need to have like 10 monofluids and 10 difluids and 10 trifluids by any stretch of the imagination. We pick up a few because why not? A few more because why not? And now we do the thing we haven't really done all run up until now, is drop our money on the floor. It's a good way to get around losing your money if you were to die and have to fight back to Pioneer 2 from essentially a game over. But you can't do that in all missions because every item in the area gets reset and deleted when you load a quest or unload a quest. You can technically use the bank function, but it's a little bit slower to do that. So we play it without that. Here we get a little sloppy. But we wanted to respawn these extras, so we wanted to get closer to the bell route. If we waited, we maybe could have picked it off as on, but it would have been slower. In the end, this probably still was worth it. Maybe the bell row was the optional one. I already lost track. Either way, we didn't play it too terribly. The famous long hallway indicates you are on the last room. That tailpipe was dropped there not because we're doing a death warp or anything like that, but just as extra insurance that no matter what happens, we're not going to have to walk all the way back to this map. This sorcerer somehow gets itself embedded in the stage, which at least we found it without wasting too much more time, but that was a little unfortunate. Get a lucky block there, that was a very reckless Razan to do. Here I was mistaken about which wave I was supposed to be going after. So we could have been a little bit ahead of where we are if we just went for the wave that spawned the gunners in the first place sooner. Here we finally put 2 and 2 together. That Sod is a good technique. That was... So see, you'd hit much farther away than Gesante was ever able to. That time I just was not watching, but there should be no surprise there. The door's opened, it's time to go. We've got just double checking our levels, putting down another safety pipe, and we're off to the final boss. So, yeah, not the fastest map ever, but we didn't actually lose that much time, because it's... I mean, I guess we actually did save time, we just didn't get a gold. Really can't complain. So we try to set up our menu as best as we can to do all the quick casting we need to do. The element weaknesses do shift during this battle. The first phase spawns a lot of these spinners that are referred to as Darvins. We just need to defeat 3 of them to go into the next phase. This is where the final boss, Darkfalls, spawns proper, and it's a hideous thing. Here we switch between Zond and Rosant depending on if he's shooting more Darvins at us. Rosant will clear them out in 2 hits, no problem. But Zond is higher DPS. We just have to make sure to quickly recover. The number of attacks he'll do is completely random. He could keep wailing on you with Rafoy and Robarda several times over. Fortunately, he only hit us once. So, the nice thing is that if you do enough damage, you can avoid him getting a second attack phase in phase 1. So here we reorder our techniques again. This is the final phase for normal difficulty, and he's weak to ice. There, we're starting to have a little bit of problems. I don't know if it's nerves or what, but I'm not casting any techniques. I'm trying to recover. Fortunately, we were able to buffer a Diamate before we get completely owned there. So now we're improvising a little bit because our palette is not quite set the way we would like. Fortunately, we really mostly just need Bardo. Now that he's given us a chance, we go and fix this. We put Bardo on the button we did mean, and Diamate on the other side. The strategy for me is, since I have a high enough level Bardo, that is our DPS option. I'll try to mix in a Robarda if I know I'm about to get hit, and a Gibbarda if I know I'm about to get hit, but he's not going to be vulnerable for another frame. Like that. So his attacks, especially this one, this is his strongest attack. I just need to make sure I'm at 131 HP. But I don't need to necessarily recover to full otherwise. Mixed in that Robarda there, because I didn't think we'd get 2 more Bardas. Unfortunately, when Falls squats down like that, he's completely invulnerable. But this time when he got up, that was all there was. 1 more hit. And, I mean, that might have been obvious, but if you were looking for a happy ending, there really isn't one. The last several quests all were kind of downers, and at the end of the day, our quest to find Rico, the principal's daughter, ends with only a sign of the ring she wore. And no traces of survivors of Pioneer 1. But, hey, it was a pretty quick investigation, I'd say, to determine the fate of an entire planet, I guess, in only 5 hours, 20 minutes, and 40 seconds. I'd say that's pretty good. So overall, can't ask for too much more in this run than what we got, which is we didn't get everything on time, like Rosand was a little bit late, but we had plenty of strong things, and things dropped soon enough that we can make use of them, and weren't missing things too much. and the other big source of randomness, the maps on the free roam areas, were all pretty decent, especially the ruins maps. You can hardly get a better batch than what we got there. And the only reason we were right at all was some early forest area shenanigans where, like, we got off on the wrong foot with Creek, losing like 15 seconds to him, getting caught on the stage. But given that we had 4 minutes to save off the PB that we had from just major mistakes that we could avoid, all we had to do was not make those mistakes, and made getting this PB actually pretty easy. Just needed a little bit of luck. But theoretically from here, you could get another 5 minute savings if you could get, like, giveaway well ahead of addicting food and get even better maps and make even fewer mistakes. So there's improvement yet in this category. I hope one day to get at least like a 5:15. We shall see. I've got really nothing else to talk about, but thanks for sitting through this and listening to my rambling on about this game. I could probably talk twice as long, but don't have, even as long as this is, I don't have enough time to fit it in. If you want to check out more, I stream this speedrun and other categories of Phantasy Star Online pretty regularly on Twitch. Links will be in the video description. For now, I'll let the credits music play out. Thanks again for watching. Like and subscribe.